Live on a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at 973 ESPN. Be a part of the show. What's going on? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Jennings producing today's show. You out there? Well, the Phillies did report to Clearwater today. The Phillies pitchers and catchers are there. For the most part, almost everybody is there. There are some interesting stories that are already emerging from there, if you will. One of them has to do with a guy who most likely will not make the team. We'll get into that coming up in just a little bit. Frank Close has his first Phillies mailbag of the season tonight at 5 o'clock. You can get aboard the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Let us know what's going on in your world, your sports world. So the Sixers' final game tonight before the end of the first half of the season, the unofficial end of the first half of the season, which obviously the All-Star break is this weekend. The Sixers play tonight. Then they will not play again until Thursday. So they have over a week off, and we're going to get into a little Sixers, little NBA, where the big story, if you haven't been paying attention, we are at the All-Star break. So currently, most of the teams have about 30 games left in the season, somewhere around there. About 30 games left in the NBA season. Currently, the 76ers sit at 30-23. So they are at 53 games. They have about 30 games left. And one of the biggest stories as we hit the end is not a good story in the NBA. It is the rampant tanking that is going on right now. It has really hit. You just heard Brian Windhorst on the Rich Eisen show, and it is basically the story right now. We had a game the other night where the Utah Jazz, who are 17-37. They're not even the worst team in the West. In fact, they are 5 games ahead of the worst team in the West. They actually play tonight, Utah and Sacramento, either tonight or tomorrow. They're not even the 2 worst teams in the West. Sacramento's the worst. New Orleans, Utah, Dallas, then Memphis. Those 5 teams have no interest in winning. In fact, the 10 teams out west, L.A., the Clippers, are 5 games up on Memphis for the 10th spot in the Western Conference. Draymond Green does his podcast. He came out and basically was like, the rampant tanking is disgusting right now. He talked about Memphis. He talked about Sacramento went out and signed guys. Like, they went out and got DeMar DeRozan. They tried to sign players, and they're the worst team in the league. Then in the East, you've got Indiana. They make a trade and then say the guy's medically not able to play after he had already been playing in L.A. The Wizards got Trae Young and Anthony Davis and shut them both down. Brooklyn released a player that was helping them. They decided, too much help, you're gone. Milwaukee, no interest in winning. Chicago, outwardly tanking. The 10 teams in the Eastern Conference, not as separated, but I don't think you're going to see any movement there. It is something that, as we hit the All-Star break, is a huge problem in the NBA right now. And I'm a big NBA guy. I love basketball, but it's terrible. It is really bad right now. You're trying to, get into the season as now football's over, and here's the NBA. The basketball season begins. You got the Sixers and the Knicks tonight. Philly, New York. Those 2 games right now, those 2 teams, I should say, are separated by 3 games. The Knicks are 34-20. The Sixers are 30-23. A win by the Sixers tonight, they would close the gap on the number 3 seed, New York. They have already beaten the Knicks twice this year. That's why it's a big game tonight. The Sixers have beaten the Knicks twice, 2 out of 3. This game being in Philly tonight. You win this game, you take the season series. And who knows what ends up happening. I mean, that could be a big difference. A couple of years ago, the Sixers had the 5th best record in the league, but they had lost every single tiebreaker. And instead of being the 5 or 6 seed, they ended up being in the play-in tournament. So this is a big game tonight for the Sixers, who take on the Knicks, who finally lost. You know, the Knicks had won 8 out of 10. They lost the other night. I think it was last night, actually. I think the Knicks are on a back-to-back. They lost to the Pacers, by the way, who have no interest in winning. But this would end up being a big game tonight. Hopefully Joel is ready and able to play. I know a couple guys missed the game the other night because they were of illness, and Barlow was one of them. Grimes was the other one. Hopefully those guys are back and able to play. Because if the Knicks coming off a back-to-back, and I think the last time the Sixers played the Knicks, I actually think they played Indiana, because that was when the Knicks had won the play-in tournament or the in-season tournament. That was like on a Sunday night. I think they won the in-season tournament, and then they played on, say, Wednesday night against the Pacers on the road, and then they went to and they went to New York and played the Sixers, and the Sixers beat them. So it sets up where they had to play last night against the Pacers, a game they lost, and now they have to come to Philly and play the Sixers, in which it's a pretty meaningful game. You know, you don't get too many regular season meaningful games in the NBA, but you got one tonight. You have a situation where the Knicks and the Sixers, it's the last time they'll play. The Sixers have the season series 2-1. You are 3.5 games behind them in the standings. So if you can win the game, you close it on the 3 seed and you win the season series. So a rarity in the NBA where you get a February game on a Wednesday night in February that has a little bit of juice to it right before the All-Star break.
You were asking about the Knicks' previous schedule. They did play the Pacers last night, lost in overtime. Knicks have actually lost 2 of the last 3 games.
Yeah, they won 8 out of 10.
Before that. Mm-hmm. And what was your question about the last matchup?
I think the last time the Sixers played the Knicks.
Yeah, January 24th.
Oh, that was my birthday. Oh, that was an afternoon game. The time before that.
The time before that.
That was when the Knicks had won the NBA Cup. After winning the NBA Cup, I believe they had to go play the Pacers on the road and then a back-to-back with Philadelphia, and the Sixers went to New York and beat them at the Garden. So far, the teams have played 3 times. The Knicks have won once in Philly, and the Knicks have lost both times in New York.
Yeah, so you're correct. The Knicks lost to the Sixers on December 19th. They had played the Pacers the night before. They had beaten the Pacers by 1 point on the 18th. And then they came home, the Knicks did, and lost to Philadelphia.
Lost Philly at the Garden. Yeah. Right. So the Sixers have won both games at the Garden. The Knicks have won the one game in Philadelphia, and now tonight's the final time they play.
Kind of ridiculous, but
hey, listen. But that's what I'm saying. You know, and it's sad because this is a meaningful NBA game in February, which you don't get all that often. And I heard Windhorse with Eisen today, and I was listening to Bill Simmons' podcast. I was listening to Mark Stein on his podcast. Chris Mannix wrote a column about it at Sports Illustrated about the rampant tanking and how bad it is. And it's a shame and it's sad. It is true. It is happening and it is bad. And it is 30 games left in the season and teams are already disinterested in trying to win games. Now, they've been disinterested all season long, but we've never seen tanking like this before. The Utah Jazz, we told you the other night, they were up by 7 in the fourth quarter, and their 3 best players had 52 points combined. 52 points, 26 rebounds, something like that. They sat them the rest of the game. They didn't put them back in the game at all. They just sat them. You just heard the story that Windhorse just told, that the Utah Jazz, the coach is sitting there with his hands in his pocket. He's not calling timeout. He's not doing anything. Was listening to Draymond Green, and he was talking about Memphis, how outward they're tanking. He said the other night, Ty Jerome is like having a great night. They sit him with 8 minutes left, and you're thinking, okay, they're going to put Jerome back in the game, and they never did. Why? Because he was playing too good. This is almost like last year with the Sixers when Quentin Grimes came over here. There was games where Grimes had to sit because of rest. Rest. He's like 25 years old. Quentin Grimes is sitting because of rest. Why? The Sixers had to try to figure out a way to get that pick. I know I've come on here with a bunch of different wonky ideas. They're wonky because I don't think they would ever happen. But my God, the NBA needs to do something. I mean, maybe my wonky idea is wonky, but it's a hell of a lot better than what's going on right now. I don't even know if it's wonky. It's only wonky because I made it up.
Listen, it's not wonky, okay? I'm going to interrupt you. It's not wonky because it's common sense. You looked at a problem and you said there's a way to fix this. The NBA is not a solutions-oriented league. They're a reactionary league. And so the reason why you're in this situation is because NBA organizations, as Windhorst pointed out, they're not breaking the rules. They are following the rules. The league had a set of rules, and the teams are saying, we are going to push the limits of these rules until you make it so we can't push the limits.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. It's like a kid who says, hey, my parents told me I cannot leave the yard. I'm going to stand on the edge of this yard until my parents yell at me and tell me to get back off the sidewalk.
Well, it's starting to get egregious, number one. Number two, it is to the point where they might have to actually do something to fix it. Now, Bill Simmons, who is a big NBA guy, obviously, Bill Simmons' podcast, he had come out and said, listen, you got to shorten the season to 70 games. Here is Bill Simmons' take on what is happening in the NBA right now.
The regular season has real issues. It's too long. Guys are getting hurt too much. Everybody is making so much money. The only reason to have 82 games is because you make money from it. You go down to 70, you make less money. Guess what? Everything they're doing, they're not serving the larger picture of what do fans want? How do we keep our players healthy? How do we have a competitive season from start to finish? How do we avoid over 1/4 of our league not giving for the last 2 months? How do we fix this? Your schedule's too long. You have to fix this. It's too long. It should be 70 games.
70 games. It's exactly the number that I gave. Everybody's answer always is what he just said, money. You're not going to shorten the season because money. Now, what he did say in there that you didn't hear was, hey, listen, Devin Booker is making $78 million. If you shorten the season down to 70 games instead of 82 games, instead of $78 million, he's making $73 million. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, and then I think this is where what he said is so important. He talked about, what do the fans want? Well, you know what the fans don't want? And this is why the length of the NBA season always made me mad. It's the middle of football season in October. I'm trying to pay attention to all this football, and then I got the Sixers on the same night as like a Thursday football game. It's like, why does the NBA
I had a fix for that too.
I know you did. But my point is, this is where you and Simmons are correct. You're both on basically the same wavelength. That the NBA has created a dynamic that nobody wants. Nobody sat around, except for the basketball diehards, which there's not really that many at this point, okay? It's not like there's like a billion people saying, oh my goodness, I got to have basketball in October.
Not necessarily. He's not wrong. I've said it before. But I have put out a wonky idea, and I say it's wonky because I don't think it would happen. But you treat the NBA almost like high school basketball.
Right.
You create, after 70 games, a cutoff date. So you still play 82, but after 70, so you basically play straight to 70.
Right, you're locked into the standings.
And after 70 games, whatever the standings are, not the standings, the playoff teams.
Right, okay, sure.
So you play for 70. After 70, the playoffs are established. The teams.
The teams.
Correct. The final 12 games, you can do an in-season tournament in where only the teams that make the playoffs will play each other, and the teams that are not in the playoffs, they will play each other. Those teams will now play for draft positioning. The other teams will play for seeding.
Correct.
But it's not like you start at 0-0. Your record stays where it is. So if you are 50-20 after 70 games,
really,
you're still 50-20. You just have 12 games left to now establish. So you might stay as the number one seed. You might go from 1 to 4. You might go from 2 to 3. But those 70 games, it is like a sprint to those 70 games. So now it is harder to say, hey, we're going to rest a guy here because we only get these 70 games. The final 12 games of the season, those games now even have more meaning.
Right, and this is where I want to point out really quick that I know it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to other people, which is Adam Silver keeps bringing up, well, they do things like this in Europe. Your idea is closer to what they do in the Premier League than this stupid NBA Cup. Because in the Premier League, you can play these quote-unquote in-season tournaments and it still count toward your overall standings. You are sitting there saying, hey,
well,
I'm not
the
telling
in-season
you,
tournament here does count towards your overall standings.
Yeah, but not this way. This has more significance. The NBA Cup has no significance.
Right, but the way that I'm saying it is you make the NBA Cup basically a primer
For the
playoffs.
Right.
So your last 12 games, you're only facing playoff teams. So it's not like, hey, I am the 5 seed, and now I get to play Sacramento.
Right.
Whereas the 4 seed might have a game that night against the 1 seed. In this instance, your final 12 games, if you're one of the 10 playoff teams, you will only face other playoff teams over your last 12.
And again, this goes back to the European model. Silver claims he's trying to do what they do in Europe. Well, if you've ever watched a soccer tournament in Europe, they don't match just random teams with each other. There is a bracket. There are certain teams that have to qualify.
Well, Richard Jefferson put out an interesting take. Did you see his take?
I did not.
So Richard Jefferson said there's a thing in soccer that once you're eliminated from the playoffs, you actually are given points towards your percentage for games you win.
Right. It's a weighted system.
So, like, once you're officially eliminated,
right,
you now are trying to win games because the more points you get for wins.
Because what you're doing is trying to prevent relegation. So the way it works is the points add up to prevent you from getting kicked down to the bottom league. So for those who don't know, in European soccer, there's like 10 leagues. And you want to stay in the top 2 or 3 leagues so you can make TV money. If you're not in those leagues, you make butt kiss.
Right. So the way they do it is if you're eliminated from the playoffs and you have 10 games left, if you go 0-10,
you get relegated.
You get no points. If you go 6-4 over those 10 games, you've been trying to win.
Right.
They give you a better percentage for draft choices. That's what he's basically saying they do. I've always said one of the things I think that would help the NBA is right now you're playing for the playoffs. The Chicago Bulls, they are the 11 seed. Okay? They would get the highest odds for, well, actually it would be, Chicago. Chicago has the best record of the non-playoff teams. So Chicago would have the highest percentage for the number 1 draft choice.
Right.
So the best team that does not make the playoffs, they would get the best odds for the number 1 overall pick. So right now, Chicago would get the best odds. Milwaukee would get the next best odds. Then it would be Memphis. Then it would be Dallas. Then it would be Utah. And you reward those teams for winning. Now, they might not be all that good, but maybe at least they're trying to win.
I would just say that the only reason I'm not 100% on board with that is because of the fact that if you have a team that had like a plethora of injuries, and that's the reason why their season fell apart, now you're basically demeriting them, whereas...
Yeah, but that only happens, that's a rarity. You're taking the exception, not the rule.
But again, you want to create...
Like Indiana. The reason their season is where it is because of injury.
Right.
They lost Halliburton last year, but guess what? they could have tried harder. Like right now, they made the trade for Zubac. They're choosing not to play him. So if they trade it for him and got him, they're only, I say they're 10 games behind the Bulls, but they're only, 2 games behind Brooklyn. So they could start winning some games and move their way up the draft ladder if they so choose. Utah, same situation. They could have won the game the other night. They chose not to.
And that's obviously probably the most egregious example thus far of this stuff.
You got the coach standing on the sideline with his hands in his pockets.
But again, it goes back to these teams are doing this because the NBA lets them. The NBA there's no consequences for them doing this.
Somebody said, not a bad thought on your thing, but why play? You're already in the playoffs. Because now you're playing
for seeding.
For seeding.
Correct.
So the way, I think, so for instance.
So if we use the Eastern, let's say the season ended right now.
Like if there's 70 games, the Pistons are in first place.
Right.
And their record is, say, 50-20, okay? And that's the number 1 seed.
And in your model, there's 12 games left.
Right. So you would be 50-20 entering those last 12 games. You don't just all of a sudden go back to 0-0. So they could be 10 games up at that point and say, listen, we're 10 games up on the 2 seed.
Right.
We would have to really lose almost every single game in these last 12 to drop out. But Boston and the Knicks are only a game and a half separated. So over those last 12 games, maybe one of them jumps up to the 2 seed and the other one falls down to the 3 seed. That's a big difference. Or further.
Because the Cavs are 1.5 games
But like
behind.
Philadelphia, for instance, they're 2.5 up on Orlando. Over the last 12 games, they don't want to fall into the play-in tournament.
Right. Philadelphia has to maintain their spot.
Correct. So you enter your last 12 games where you currently are in the standings, and you're trying to either move up or move down, but you're doing it by facing playoff teams, not getting to face Indiana,
the
Sacramento, the Wizards. You're not playing any of those teams over the last 12 games of the season. Because if you take a look at the last 12 games of the season for some of these teams, there's going to be a night where it's like, hey, we got Utah, and they have no intention of winning. Like right now, Philadelphia, their last 12 games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They play Utah. They play Sacramento, Utah, Chicago, Washington, Indiana, and Milwaukee. Philadelphia's last 13 games, I say 13 because one of them is Sacramento. Of their last 13 games, 6 of them are against teams that are trying to lose. This would not be the case in my situation. Your last 12 games after the 70-game mark would only be against playoff teams. And you would have to then work your way up the standings.
And again, it's because of the fact that you're trying to create an incentive for people. You're trying to discourage them from doing what's happening right now.
Well, here's what Cole and LBI says. He says, apparently the NBA ratings are fine. They don't need to fix anything. Funny how a terrible product is getting great ratings because of a new calculation, but the Super Bowl went down in the ratings. Something's fishy here. Well, the NBA ratings have been very good this year. I don't know what the streaming numbers are.
And that's where I think Cole is kind of picking from one bucket and putting it in the other, because we have the numbers for the Super Bowl. Super Bowl was the second most watched Super Bowl of all time.
Yeah, the only higher Super Bowl was
the
last
Eagles
year.
Chiefs last year.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to say that the television viewership is down for the NFL, yes. Why is that? Because people are cutting the cord. There are less people who are watching on Dish and cable. But guess what? The NBA is saying we also don't care about just Dish and cable because now we got Amazon Prime.
And that's the thing. To Cole's point, the ratings are fine, number one. Number two, they got paid a boatload of money from Amazon Prime, NBC. In fact, NBC pays more for the NBA than they do for the NFL.
That's correct.
So, yeah, the NBA saying, we're fine. We don't really need to do much. We got our money. We're all making money. So, you're right. This is where the collision of the almighty dollar comes into play here. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will get his thoughts on NBA tanking, Sixers, Knicks tonight. Spring training is here. An interesting story with Aidan Miller and where he is playing in Clearwater. We'll get the latest on that. Eagles offseason, all that and more It is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. 2:31, Sports Bass Live. It's the final game before the All-Star break, and it actually has a little meaning. Sixers and the Knicks. If the Sixers win, they will win the season series against the Knicks. Should they tie, and if the Knicks win, they will pull further ahead of Philadelphia in the Eastern Conference standings. We'll get into that. Pitchers and catchers report today. Aidan Miller, where is he playing? We'll get into that and more right now. Mike McGarry is back from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, right here on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. And it's a rare game, Mike, where February, a Wednesday night in February, this game has a little meeting between the Sixers and the Knicks. If the Sixers win, they will win the season series. Should they tie down the road?
Yeah, and even beyond that, Mike, I think it has meaning beyond actually numbers and wins and losses. I kind of look at this as a measuring stick for both teams. Both teams are in the midst of having good seasons. Both teams have had great wins. Both teams have had troubling losses. Where do they stand up against each other as we head into the All-Star break, and then we come back from the All-Star break, and there's about 6-7 weeks left in the season? I kind of look at this as a measuring stick game for both teams to see exactly kind of where they are, not only against each other, but also the rest of the Eastern Conference.
Let's talk a little bit about that because we've seen them play. There are about 50 games, a little over 50 games. There's about 30 games left in the season. Do you look at either one of these teams as legit contenders in the East?
I do, Mike. In a year where we've talked before, where the East is wide open. Now, I think both teams have questions. Both teams have flaws. Both teams have a similarity in the fact that in the Knicks case, their best player is Jalen Brunson. He's 6'2" and shorter. In the Sixers case, on most nights, Maxi's their best player. He's 6'2" or shorter. We talked about how tough it is to win a championship in the NBA when your best player is 6'2" or shorter. I've been paying attention to basketball since about 1972, and I can think of only one team, the Detroit Pistons, with Isaiah Thomas, that won an NBA title when their best player was 6'2" or under. So I think both teams are fighting that. But yes, the Knicks got to an Eastern Conference final last year. If Joel Embiid can stay healthy through the playoffs, I think the 76ers are capable of beating anybody in the Eastern Conference. You hear some rumblings from Boston. Jason Tatum is with the G League. Maybe he's going to be back. But in a year when the East is wide open, yes, both these teams, in my view, are legitimate contenders.
All right, we've been talking a lot about the fact that this game has meaning tonight in the East. But, man, oh, man, it looks like if my timeline matches anybody else's timeline, NBA tanking is rampant, and it is all over my timeline. Do you, Mike McGarry, look at it as a problem?
Yeah, I do look at it as a problem, Mike. And I saw you tweeted out a possible solution yesterday. And to me, this problem could be fixed so quickly. I don't know. My guys in my fantasy NBA league that I'm in, we fixed the problem of tanking, basically. And to me, it's an easy fix. You take the two teams that, or the four teams that, make the play-in, and the two lose. So you take them out, and you take the 16 teams that are in the official playoffs, and then team number 17 with the best record gets the number 1 pick, and team number 18 gets the number 2 pick. Team number 19 gets the 3 pick. You don't reward team number 30. You reward the team that scraps and fights and just misses the playoffs or loses in the play-in round. You give them the number 1 pick. To me, it's an easy fix. And for the life of me, I don't know why all teams in every sport don't do this. The team that just missed the playoffs, that tried all season, should get the number 1 pick. The team with the worst record should go, should fade back. I think that would eliminate tanking and encourage teams to win games and make each game meaningful. I don't know. It seems to be an easy fix to me. I don't know why the leagues won't do it.
We do that in our fantasy football league, too. The team that finishes the first spot out of the money, you get the first choice of where you want to pick the next year. So in this case, if you were the first team that missed the playoffs, the team with the best record that misses the playoffs has the highest percentage of ping pong balls, and then so on and so forth. That's one way to do it.
Take the ping pongs out of it. You don't even have to have the ping pong balls. Go back to the old way. If you've got the 17th best record in the NBA and you're the first team to miss the playoffs, right? You get the number one pick. The 18th best record gets the number 2 pick, and so on and so on and so on. This would encourage people to win games. It would help teams that are kind of caught in this 40, 41, 42 game limbo. They wouldn't have to blow their team up. They could maybe get they could get a Cooper Flag. They could get a Wembanyama. It would benefit the rookies because you'd be sending rookies to teams with more talent that have the ability to win. To me, it seems to be an absolutely easy question to fix. I don't know for the life of me why the league doesn't fix it or why the league wants to have, 8, 9, 10 NBA teams now actively trying to lose over the last 2 months of the season.
We've never seen it like this before, though. I mean, the Utah thing, they're sitting guys the whole fourth quarter. The coach is sitting there with his hand in his pocket, not calling any timeouts. I mean, he's essentially admitted, hey, this is what they want me to do. Tonight, you've got, actually, for the game tomorrow, Mike, it is Sacramento is playing Utah tomorrow night, and Sacramento has already announced that 6 guys are out for the game tomorrow night. I mean, it is unbelievable, and we're talking about 30 games left in the season. You know, I know the Sixers, they threw a whole season away, multiple seasons away, but they were seemingly like the only team doing it. Now you've got like 10 teams all saying, look, 30 games left, and we don't want to win any of them.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that this is supposed to be a draft where there's, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 guys who are outstanding. It's supposed to be one of the best drafts to come around in a while. But, Mike, you know how I feel. I was anti-process. I'm anti-tanking. I mean, Herm Edwards, you play to win the game. Reward the team that is trying and just misses the playoffs with the number 1 pick. I think it solves all the tanking issues. I think it solves the problem of NBA teams getting caught in that, 40, 41, 42, 43 win limbo. And I think it benefits the rookies, sending them to teams that are maybe more equipped to win. I don't understand why the league doesn't do it rather than to sit through this embarrassment, like you said, Sacramento, Utah tomorrow night before friends and family, getting guys out of the parking lot or maybe on the concession stand to go play in a game. It's ridiculous.
Well, and not only that, you're in a situation where they just saw Oklahoma City win a title, and they essentially threw multiple seasons away. Philadelphia, while they did not win a title, I think some people looked at the success and that little run they had of, hey, man, that team was on national television every week. They were selling jerseys and tickets. The building's filled. I know we always talk about relevancy, but there's probably a lot of teams that say, we wouldn't mind having what Philadelphia had there.
Yeah, but, Mike, you can cite Oklahoma, you can cite Philadelphia, but I can cite 8 or 9 teams that seem to be in a perpetual state of tanking, i.e. the Chicago Bulls in just about every season since Michael Jordan left, the Utah Jazz, you mentioned them, Sacramento. There just seems to be, it's not as easy. Oklahoma is led by a brilliant executive in Sam Presti. He pulled off a Paul George trade. He drafted the right people. We even saw with the Sixers, Sam Hinkie, he didn't draft the right guys. It's not as easy. It's not foolproof. It's not like you say, okay, we're going to tank this year. We're going to win 10 games. We're going to lose 70 games. We're going to get a good player, and we're going to win the championship in 2 to 3 years. Yeah, it worked out for Oklahoma, but there are more examples of it not working out than it is of it working out.
Well, just for Sixers fans out there, over your final 13 games, you play Sacramento, Utah, Chicago, Washington. Who else is in there? Indiana and Milwaukee. So you got 6 games in the final stretch. So they might be able to close a little ground late in the year with some of those games there.
Although I would give Indiana some credit. They went into Madison Square Garden last night and beat the Knicks in overtime without their key guys. So I would give Indiana. See, Indiana still, Mike, has that sort of championship DNA. I mean, that's a team that went to the final last year, won the Eastern Conference. I mean, they've got that DNA, that anti-tanking DNA in them. Their general manager and owner might have been mad that they actually went into Madison Square Garden last night and beat the Knicks in overtime.
I think there's a lot of GMs that aren't too happy when those kind of things happen, the confliction there. Mike, pitchers and catchers, happy Pitchers and Catchers Day to all out there. I know there's not a whole heck of a lot of stories. Dombrowski said there's not a lot of spots on the roster. Rob Thompson did say he likes this team better than last year. Of course he's going to say that, but is that fair? Do we like this team entering Clearwater better than the team from last year?
Yeah, boy. Obviously, like you pointed out, Rob is going to say that. What's he going to say? Pitchers and catchers day, we're all optimistic. It's finally 45 degrees outside. I can walk outside without the cold air hurting my lungs and stuff like that. And Rob on the first day is going to say, forget about it. We're not that good this year. So he's not going to say that. This team has the talent to do what it did last year, but there are question marks, and I think the biggest question marks are around that starting rotation. What is Zack Wheeler going to be? What is Aaron Nola going to be? And what is Andrew Painter going to be? And the answer to those questions, Mike, could determine just what type of season it is for the Philadelphia Phillies.
You got that, and I thought one of the bigger little nuggets today is Aidan Miller. It looks like they're working him out at third base, Mike, so I don't know if he has a chance to win the job right away, but I guess it's a little indication of what they might see him at least in the short term.
Well, let's also look long term, right? Alec Boehm, third baseman now, entering a free agency year. So if Aidan Miller has a great year at AAA, and I suspect he will start the season at AAA, maybe he is the third baseman of the future. Maybe they don't re-sign Alec Boehm at the end of the season. And no reporting here, just pure speculation, but maybe Alec Boehm is part of a trade package at the trade deadline to get a missing piece in if the Phillies think that's the way to go. So, I think you're seeing right now that Aidan Miller is probably going to be the third baseman of the future for the Philadelphia Phillies. The question is just when does that future arrive?
Yeah, it could be this season. We'll see if the Phillies need a spark. Do they go to Aidan Miller if he gets off to a good start down there in AAA? We'll see what happens there.
And, Mike, let me just say one thing. You hear a lot of time about a lot of people saying the baseball season with the Phillies, wake me up in October. I'm not going to get involved in the day-to-day, following of the team. I'm not going to get sucked in because they've been a disappointment in the playoffs the past couple of years. But already what you're seeing is the day-to-day grind of baseball. You see the Atlanta Braves with a big pitching injury. You see the New York Mets with Lindor with the wrist injury. He might not be available to opening day. You don't know what's going to happen throughout the 6-month grind of the baseball season, and that's why you got to follow it day to day, and you can't take the attitude of wake me up in October because you're going to miss out on a lot of fun until then.
Well, the baseball season is back, and the high school basketball season is coming to the end here, Mike. What do we got this week here?
Yeah, we got the best time of the year for the high school basketball season. The Cape Atlantic League basketball tournament, boys and girls, really swings into action tonight with round of 16 action. There's great games all over the place. I'll be at Cedar Creek for Cedar Creek and Mainland. Atlantic City and Pleasantville play again. Lower Cape May hosts Hamilton. On the girls' side, you've got the Ocean City girls at the Atlantic City girls. So this is the best time of the season. The Cape Atlantic League tournament gets underway because, Mike, high school sports is about being, at its core, is about being the best on your block. And our block is the Cape Atlantic League, and we begin the process of deciding who the best boys and girls basketball teams are in the Cape Atlantic League tonight.
No tanking going on in those games, that's for sure.
No tanking at all.
Mike McGarry, you can check him out at AC Press McGarry and read more of his coverage of all the high school basketball season at pressofatlanticcity.com. All right, Mike, thanks, buddy.
All right, Michael, we'll see you down the road. Thank you for a few.
Yeah, man, as always. And I won't be talking to Mike for a while. This is my last day for the rest of the month here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. So he'll be back on Friday talking to Josh. And, of course, you guys out there, we enjoy you, as always, being a part of the show. Hit me up on the White Horse RV Center text board, 609-403-0973. It is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We got the poll question on the other side. Are you into this Phillies season? Let us know. That is next. Welcome back, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Let me tell you about my guys over at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant. You know, if you haven't tried it by now, you've been thinking about it, I hope. They're open 7 days a week, Egg Harbor Township, Route 40, right in front of Boscov's. 11:30 to 9:30, you can go tonight for dinner, or how about a lunch buffet Sunday from 11:30 to 3. No more Eagles, no more football. It's the best time to check it out. The Nizam's Indian Restaurant in Egg Harbor Township. All right, poll question today is up at Mike Gill Show. You can vote. Phillies pitchers and catchers today, they are there. They have reported. Are you excited for the Phillies season or meh? They're your choices. Excited or meh? It's pretty close right now, Josh. How'd you vote?
Listen, I don't fit the normal fandom, so for me, I just like baseball, so I'm excited baseball's back.
I'm excited that baseball's back is an answer, but are you excited about the Phillies? Are you excited for Phillies season or meh?
I'm kind of meh on the Phillies, but I'm excited for baseball season.
Right now, it's 46-53. Which way did the voters go? 53 one way, 46 the other way. So it's close right now as the votes are coming in from Salem County.
Listen, I think ultimately there's going to be more people who are meh than who are excited, because I think in general there is a view of the Phillies like people view the Sixers, whereas like you got to prove to me in the postseason.
Phillies pitchers and catchers report today. Are you excited for Philly season or meh? 53% are meh. 46% are excited.
Sounds about right.
You can keep voting at Mike Gill Show or hit us up on the White Horse RV text board. White Horse RV in Galloway and Williamstown. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. 609-403-0973. Shoot us a text. Are you excited for Philly season or meh? I didn't vote, but I'm excited for Philly season, even though they have run it back, because a couple reasons. We're going to get into this coming up. Nuggets at 3 o'clock. Frank Close tonight. Frank's Phillies mailbag is back, and there's a little twist to the mailbag this year. All right, we told you Jeff Kerr is going to be covering the Phillies day-to-day. He's going to be at the ballpark. He's going to be doing daily podcasts, post-game podcasts. Jeff is going to be our day-to-day Phillies guy. Frank, of course, is going to be still doing the mailbag as he's done for years. I think this is year 11 of the mailbag. Frank is also going to be starting a new podcast called the Run It Back podcast with Tyler Zulli, and it will be Frank and Tyler, and they will be contributing to the Sports Bash all season long with the mailbag this year, and you can check out their podcast as well. It is called Run It Back, the Run It Back podcast, all Phillies focus with Frank and Tyler. Tyler is coming over from PHLY. He had been there for the last 2 seasons, and he will be doing the podcast with Frank Close. We'll have more information on that coming up at 5 o'clock tonight. But the mailbag is back. Phillies baseball is back. And one of the things I like about this season, I am getting Crawford and Painter and maybe even Miller. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. This hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadleafs.net. I'm not feeling great today. I'm deteriorating as the day has gone on. But I'm going to try to get through the end. I'm not tanking today. Phillies pitchers and catchers report. Are you excited for the season or meh? Vote at Mike Gill Show. We'll update throughout the day. It's time for the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back with another edition of Nick's Nuggets right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Let's see what we got today. We got Phillies pitchers and catchers. We got Sixers final game before the All-Star break. There's a lot happening out there, Nugs.
You know, Mike, it's okay to take a sick day every once in a while. I'm just saying. It's all right. Every once in a while, if you're not feeling up to it, you take a sick day, you know?
Yeah, can't do it, man. Can't do it.
Just say, you know, everyone, you check out, the doc checks you out, gives you like, hey, take a day. You know, it's all right. It's okay to do it.
The next one will be my first one.
Hey, and listen, I will support you in the sick day. All right. You, Josh, anybody. I'm a big supporter of the sick day. Get your health right. It's all good. Well, I hope you feel better, by the way. But we got to start with these Nuggets. We have some business to take care of. I went into the closet, dug out the Phillies quarter zip, found it today. Had to put on the Phillies quarter zip today.
I like that one. That's a strong one.
Strong one. Yes, this was a gift. This was a Christmas gift. I think my mother got it for me a few years back. She has strong taste when it comes to the quarter zip game, you know. So I give her credit. She helps my dad out. She picks out his clothes sometimes. Yeah, she did a good job. So I'll give her credit with that. And guess what? It's spring training day, and we already have some news, right? The Aidan Miller stuff. We're going to start with Nugget number one. Is fascinating to me. I love this stuff because I'm a big Aidan Miller guy. Okay, and we had said that. Why don't you just bring the kid up at some point? However, it seems like he's going to get work at shortstop and third base. Both positions, maybe even a little bit of second base, according to Tim Kelly of On Pattison. That was being reported today. Rob Thompson had said this earlier. Left field's not a consideration for Aidan Miller, which I think is the right call. So if Aidan Miller has all this buzz around him and he's able to come up, it's just where do you put him? That's the question. I mean, if Bryson Stott and Mundo are doing a good job over at second base platooning, that's a solid platoon over there. I mean, the only other spot would be third base for Alec Boehm. What does that mean for Alec Boehm, Mike Gill? That is the question. If Aidan Miller is tearing the baseball up in AAA, ripping the cover off the ball, then what do you do if you're the Phillies? If you got to bring this kid up right away and he's, you know, they want him, they think he's going to be the guy. Where do you put him?
Well, I don't see him making the team out of spring training. So I think that's one thing here. So where do you put him? Really no spot for him right now. Third base, though, I'm glad to see that that's the spot that they're putting him at first because it at least suggests that if he plays well enough and they want to bring him up, the potential is there then even if Boehm is performing and you need an upgrade somewhere else, maybe Boehm is the guy that you can use and dangle in a trade situation.
Yeah, I think Boehm would be your trade piece this year. Boehm is that guy you would move. And Aidan Miller's waiting in the wings. He's not going to play shortstop. You're stuck with Trey Turner. I'm sorry, but you're just stuck with him, okay?
And vice versa. If he's getting a little time at second base, same situation.
Yeah.
Let's say Stott's struggling a little bit. Now you can say, hey, we can play him over a second. But I'm glad they're giving him a look at third base right away because that's the obvious spot that his future would most likely be at. I think they want to keep Stott around, and Boehm would be the guy who most likely they would not bring back because of the money.
Well, we know Crawford is going to be up, right? That is happening. Crawford is going to get every opportunity to be a starting outfielder, play every day, etc. We know they're doing that with Crawford. The Aidan Miller situation is just fascinating to me because if he's ready, bring him up. Just bring him up. If you think he can help you win right now and can elevate at third base, play a good third base, and he's tearing the cover off of the ball in AAA to start the year. I've seen even reports Memorial Day. Could he be up by then? Could that be an opportunity? If he is playing so well at the AAA level, I mean, you have to bring him up. You can't just let him sit and rot down in AAA. You bring him up right away and get him rolling. If you think, he's been compared to some big names, Mike Schmidt, all these, these great players. they think he's going to be that, then you can't let him sit and wait in the wings in the minor leagues. You bring him up right away and you find another spot for Bohm.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no place for him to go, here's the problem. You can go down and hit 350 in AAA. That doesn't mean you're going to come up here and hit 350. So you can't move Bohm out if he's performing just because he's performing so well. Now, if Bohm is hitting 220, then you might say, hey, this guy's hitting 350. It might be time to do something here. But if Bohm is performing, here's the problem with Bohm, as we've talked about ad nauseum. He most likely is going to hit in the number 4 or number 5 spot in the order. So now you are lacking a guy that's going to have power. He might hit 280. He might hit 14 home runs. He might drive in 90 runs. But it's still not as impactful if he can't hit the ball over the fence. And that has been the problem with Alec Bohm. The Bohm thing will be if he was like he was in the beginning of last year. Remember, at the beginning of last year, he was awful. Yeah. And then he got going and he kind of got back to where he was. But if he's hitting 220 by the trade deadline, then you have a question. What is Miller doing at AAA? The question will be this. When Miller goes to AAA, where does he play? Do they put him back at short?
Where he's
or do they say
the
you are a third baseman?
Yeah, and when they've kept him at short. And it's like, well, he's not taking over for Trey. They're not going to move Trey Turner. They don't want to move Trey Turner to center field or anything like that. They don't want to get crazy there. So him playing third is a big deal. And they see him maybe coming up sooner rather than later. The problem is they haven't been able to trade Alec Bohm. So if you were to bring up Aidan Miller, I understand they're going to put him at second base. You haven't been able to find an offer to go get something back for Alec Bohm. You haven't found an offer that has suited your interest to trade Alec Bohm. So there's really no spot for him, but you don't want to keep a guy who you think is going to be a superstar down in AAA. If you want to bring him up right away and you think he can contribute and help you now, you don't just let him sit there.
I would disagree. They just showed you that they'll let him sit there. They did it last year. You had a guy hitting about 370, and they never sniffed bringing him up here in a need in the outfield, a spot that you were horrible.
Which
and you had your
asinine.
best offense. But whether we agree with it or not, you're saying you can't leave him down there. I'm saying they've already showed that they will.
Oh, I'm not saying with the Phillies, that's where they got it wrong last year. We saw teams bringing up young guys all over the place, and they chose not to do that. They didn't get an influx of youth. The Phillies need that. If Aidan Miller can help you right now, you bring up Aidan Miller, and that was a flaw last year. And I don't know, is it going to continue to be a flaw? They're just going to keep Alec Bohm here? What is he? If he's hitting like 240, you're just going to leave him there? And you have this young kid who could be a superstar just sitting in the wings. You're going to leave him down there?
Yeah.
It's crazy to me.
Well, I agree. I've been harping on this for about 20 years now.
I know.
That the Phillies always leave their young players down there. They bring them up late, and in this situation, wouldn't expect anything different. They're not going to just say, Alec Bohm's hitting 280 with, we're demoting you. Now, last year was a prime situation where they could have called up Justin Crawford, and they still didn't do it. So why would we think magically this year they're going to be like, hey, I got a great idea. Let's bring up Aidan Miller. It's not happening.
Well, he's playing a little more third base, so maybe they've changed their tune a little bit. Maybe.
I would say, as I mapped out, the one way it could happen is if Bohm or Stott get off to really slow starts, or we're at the All-Star break and they haven't turned it around, coupled with he's got to perform at the AAA level. It's not a fait accompli that he goes down there and just rips it up, but if he does, he's also going to need somebody in front of him to have a poor start to their season.
Right.
If those two guys aren't struggling, they didn't call up Crawford last year. And by the way, is Aidan Miller going to put up numbers like Crawford did last year? The guy was hitting 370. I mean, whatever it was, 350.
Well, the Phillies seem to have some confidence because they put his locker right next to Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, JT, Kyle Schwarber. I mean, he's right in the mix there. I mean, they wanted this guy to be a part of the team, like part of those guys, and learn and get some tutelage.
Yeah, they're not dummies. They want him to be around. They want him to be around their guys. I mean, that's pretty normal that these teams do. Hey, go get yourself enamored, get yourself engrossed with the guys that are the veterans on this team.
But it's a good thing.
Yeah,
it's showing, hey.
Yeah.
And it's showing, hey, we want this guy ingrained with the veterans of this team and starting to get to know them a little bit. Maybe we bring them up later in the year. Maybe we move on from Bohm or Stott stinks and whatever. Who knows? That's why I'm intrigued about the second base thing. That's where you can maybe slide him in. And, we know Stott struggled mightily in the first half of the year last year. Sosa was unbelievable. People were calling for Sosa to start every day at the beginning of the season last year. So if that happens, maybe you slide him into second base and find a way to get him involved early on in the season, especially if he's hitting well down in AAA.
Well, the only way that happens is if one of your starters is not hitting. And by the way, that's not even a guarantee either, because Alec Boehm last year was awful in the month of April, and they, now if they had a Aidan Miller available to them last year, would they have done something? I don't know. My intuition is no, they would let Boehm try to work his way out of it, which is what he did. So I think there's going to be a lot. It's going to take a lot for Miller to get up here. One, Boehm or Stott are going to have to struggle. Or two, he's hitting at AAA coupled with Boehm being Boehm, and then Boehm getting some people on the trade market interested in him.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that have to happen outside of him just performing.
Yep.
I don't think him just performing gets him the automatic call up.
It's funny. You think about over the course of the past 10, even 15 years. I mean, who have the Phillies really developed? Seriously. Other than some pitchers. Ranger, they developed pretty well. Aaron Nola. Other than that, I mean, who have they developed? Nobody.
They have not developed a positional player since you're going back to the Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, Jimmy Rollins crew. That's it.
Yeah.
There's not a positional player. I mean, Rhys Hoskins was a guy that they drafted.
Good.
He was good, not great.
Boehm, good.
Yeah, Boehm's solid.
Disappointing.
Boehm's been started the All-Star game a couple of years ago. So,
but they really
there's no question
developed.
they have not developed any. This isn't breaking news here, by the way.
I know, but I'm saying
it's one of the problems this organization has had, where they have to constantly sign free agents. You have to overpay. That means you have to overpay because you don't have your own talent. So you have to go get Bryce Harper. You have to go get Trey Turner. You have to go get Schwarber. You have to go get Castellanos. You have to go and sign these guys to huge contracts because you have not developed any of your own.
And then they handicap themselves by not giving any opt-outs either to get out of these contracts when they go into the late 30s. So it is what it is. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. This is also coming out of spring training today. Zack Wheeler. We know he had the surgery last year, and he kept the rib from his surgery last year. His own rib. He kept his own rib. Did you see this, Mike? I don't know if you saw the reports of this. He told reporters that with the surgery he had last year, the blood clot, etc., they had to remove a rib. He kept that rib and has it in his house. The rib from his surgery. This was a weird one for me. Would you keep a rib from your surgery, your own rib? I don't know. I think you dispose of it. For me, I don't need it. I don't need the rib. I don't need, like, when you lose your teeth when you're little. I don't need to keep the teeth either. Throw the teeth out. We don't need them. Move on.
Probably. I mean, I don't know. They hand it to you, and then it's like, what am I supposed to do with it? Just throw my rib in the trash?
I don't know. A little odd. Not going to lie. A little odd. But, hey, you know what it tells me? This guy's a little nuts. I like a guy that's a little nuts on the mound. You like that out of a guy. You like the Scherzer.
I would tend to think that more people would keep the rib than dispose of the rib.
But what do you do with it? Would you hang it up?
No, you just display it.
Why? Who wants to look at someone's rib cage one of the ribs they took out because they had surgery?
I don't know anybody that's had this happen to them, so I don't know that it's like a normalcy, but I would be more inclined to think that most people got their rib removed, and when they give it back to you, that person would then keep the rib.
Huh. You know what? I'd be like, guys, keep the rib. I don't need it. I like to eat ribs. I don't want to think of ribs in that way. I like nuggets too, but ribs, anything from a surgical perspective, take care of it. I don't need to see it. I don't want to know what happened during the surgery. Nothing. I don't want to drop the junior mint. If a junior mint fell in during the surgery, I don't want to know that either. Like if you had a Kramer watching over, dropping the junior mint into your surgery, an open wound, I don't need to know that either. Don't need to know.
That's but very rare that this would happen.
Yeah, so that was pretty interesting coming out of Philly spring training today. Nugget number 2. Zack Wheeler keeping his rib from his surgery. All right.
I like the fact that he's out there throwing. Forget the fact that his rib is being displayed. That's the story. He's out there throwing.
No, the rib's the story. The rib is the story. That's pretty wild. It's a pretty wild thing to put out there in public, too. I don't even tell people that he kept the rib. All right, it is what it is. Guys, little nuts upstairs. I love it. That's why he's such a great pitcher. All right, moving along. Nugget number 3. This just came out. I don't know if you saw this. The Thunder Wire writer, managing editor, Clemente Alamza, I think I said it right. Might have butchered his name. He reported today that Jared McCain will be participating in an NBA All-Star three-point contest on Friday, but not just the normal three-point contest, a celebrity three-point contest. Jared McCain. So he's not competing in the normal one. He's competing in the celebrity three-point contest with Caleb Williams, Richard Jefferson, Drewski, Jake from State Farm, and more. Why on earth? And I know you've been complaining about the NBA today, about the tanking, and everyone's all up in arms about all that stuff. But what the hell are they doing? What is Jared McCain competing in a celebrity three-point contest for? He's an NBA player. Is it for celebrities? What is this about?
Now, listen, I'm not the hippest social media guy here, but it's my understanding that Jared McCain is pretty well followed on TikTok. Doesn't he have a huge TikTok following? That's what all those other ass clowns are. They're all TikTok influencers. So they just decided to bring in another one who just happens to play in the league.
You could just keep him there, but why not just put him in the normal three-point contest? That's my question. To Max is in the three-point contest.
Well, he's been hurt. He's missed a lot of the season.
Isn't that a step down? Is that kind of a slap in the face? You're an NBA player and you're in the celebrity contest? I think that's a little bit, I
mean, he didn't make the All-Star weekend, so this is a way for you to get to the All-Star weekend. And again, I think Jared McCain has a following on TikTok that is way bigger than, that's why he's there. He's on that platform. He is very well known.
Well, I will add to this. The NBA did say that they were inviting all these influencers out to NBA All-Star Weekend.
That's what I'm saying. I saw that there was all these influencers out there, and that's why this doesn't surprise me at all, because he is, I don't know how many followers he has, but he made his first video. Right, he made his first video as an Oklahoma City Thunder member the other night, and I see it has 1.3 million likes. That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's good for him. I don't think he should be competing in the three-point contest for the celebrities. That's all. I think it's
he's a celebrity,
but he's an NBA player. He should be in the NBA three-point All-Star game.
By the way, Jared McCain has 5 million followers on TikTok.
Wow, it's going up. Probably got all the Thunder people. It probably went up a mil.
Yeah.
And by the way, that was a mistake.
By the way, he doesn't deserve to be in the NBA. That's why he's in the celebrity one. If he was good enough to be in the NBA one, he wouldn't be shooting this one. Yes. But now he has a second passageway to be here. NBA weekend. Hey, you didn't make the NBA All-Star game. You're not in the three-point competition, but you have 5 million followers on TikTok with all these other influencers. Why don't you join that three-point competition?
Why don't you just invite him? Why does he have to compete in the three-point celebrity contest? It's for it's for non-baskessball players usually.
I think it's a smart idea. I think it's a smart idea by the NBA.
You have them there. I don't know. Listen, the whole All-Star weekend in every sport has just been diminished anyway.
We were out there for the flag football game that they had for the NFL, and apparently the ratings were atrocious for the game, which is a good sign that, number one, Jeff Garcia told us 7-on-7 is killing football and quarterbacks. He denounces 7-on-7. Flag football needs to go as well. Let's stop playing flag football, can we please?
Well,
and go ahead.
They are going to have flag football in the Olympics in 28.
Well, that's interesting that they're going that route because thankfully, we're not watching the NFL players play flag football. So I'm happy to see that.
Well, there are going to be NFL players competing in the flag football.
I know.
So, I don't know.
Put it this way. It could be an Olympic sport. That doesn't mean anybody's watching. How much of the Olympics have you watched?
I told you yesterday. I saw Lindsey Vonn, unfortunately, get hurt right after the Super Bowl. That's the only amount of Olympics I've watched. Only one.
It's more than I've watched. And the hockey, did that start yesterday?
I couldn't tell you. I think.
Yeah. Tomorrow. Josh said it starts tomorrow.
It's tomorrow? Yeah. Couldn't even tell you. That's how much locked in I am to the Olympics.
I don't even know when it's on half the time. Like I kind of was looking. I think they broke in last night. They actually broke into the Olympics, I think, because the woman whose mother
Savannah Guthrie, yes,
they broke in to the Olympic coverage to give an update on the fact that I think they found some video of the whole situation. So last night would have been a night because there was nothing on. I might have said, hey, I'm going to go flip over.
Yeah.
And not that I did, but I did read that they broke into Olympic coverage to give updates on that.
Yes.
Now, I don't know how long they stayed with that.
Yeah. No, I think they stayed with it for a little while. But I did see that they broke in. You know, it would be funny if Maxey and McCain both won the 3-point contest.
That'd be
this
good.
year.
Hey, I said the other day, Maxey is leading the team in 3-point percentage.
Yeah.
But it's only like 1% higher than McCain, who was not shooting all that well. Before he left, his last 6 games, he was shooting like 53% from 3 to get his percentage up to 37.8, which has him as the second best 3-point shooter on the Sixers.
You know, it's hilarious. We got to see Jared McCain's last appearance as a Philadelphia 76er. How about that? Golden State.
I know. And we thought we might have been seeing the last appearance for Draymond Green because there were some rumors out there that he might have got traded, but that did not happen. Now, Draymond Green came out on his podcast the other day, and he was heavily ripping these teams tanking.
Now, was this a clip, or did you actually tune into the Draymond podcast?
No, it was just a clip.
Okay. I would have been stunned if you were tuned into Draymond's show.
If you just put the word tanking into a search, because everybody is talking about the tanking going on.
It's crazy.
So I just put the word tanking in, and I saw Draymond Green talking about how disgusting the tanking is. And he's saying it's tough, like you're trying to play a game, and these guys aren't even giving any effort. It's like it really, he said, the word he used was disgusting.
Yeah. Well, that sounds about right. Yeah, look at you getting in on the player podcast. I know you love them so much.
Any Paul George pods while he's been out?
I haven't seen that. Not one. I think he's taking a break from all of it.
Good for him.
I'll let you know. I'll send you the teaser if it comes up on my social. You know, I got it wired, so I'm locked in as soon as it drops.
Nice.
All right, Mike. They're the Nuggets.
By the way, Sixers' last game before the All-Star break tonight. Big one.
It is. I'll be working that game tonight. So
wow. So we'll hear Tom McGinnis say, back there at the station, we got Nick Earnshaw.
Yes, he will be saying my name probably at some point tonight.
I was driving the other night, and I heard him give you the shout-out.
Yeah, he's great. Great guy.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right, there you go, Mike. There's some nuggets for you.
Well, that's the last nugget for me for a while.
That's right. You're going out tomorrow.
The next time I do a nugget, it will be March.
Wow.
I'll get a March nugget from you.
Yeah, I'll send you some nuggets while you're out there too. I'll text you a few.
There we go. All
right.
I got one nugget before I leave here today.
All right, here we go.
For what's it called? So coming up at 5:00 tonight, we got Frank Close with the Phillies mailbag, and Frank's got the new podcast. He's going to be debuting with Tyler Zulli. They're going to be doing a new podcast called the Run It Back Pod.
How about
do you approve of the name
That's a
Run It Back
name.
Phillies Pod?
That's a great name. That's an awesome name. Yeah, because, this team loves running it back. They signed everybody back. It's essentially the same roster, even worse.
Now, is that a 1-year pod?
No. Like you can make that last because it was a big comment that was made this offseason. No, it's not a 1-year pod.
So, like next year, what if they get rid of a lot and you're the Run It Back Pod?
I think you could still run it back.
It's good for this year. It's very good for this year.
Very good for this year. Yeah. To be determined. It's good for this year, for sure.
Well, Frank's at 5:00 tonight with his Phillies mailbag. He has a new podcast for this Phillies season called the Run It Back Pod. And Jeff Kerr, I know you were talking to him today, getting the new Jeff Kerr pod ready to go because we're going to have the best Phillies coverage, period. I mean, Jeff is going to be all over the Phillies this year.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. I had talked to Kerr earlier today.
He's going to spring training.
I heard. He told me.
He'll be there the same time I'm there.
Wow. We're going to get some selfies out there with Kerr and Gill.
Couple days
out there.
Couple days. I said, when are you going?
Yeah. I have no time left. I won't be down there this year, fortunately.
Oh, come on.
Got no time left. He's on Radio Row.
Jeez. All right.
Got a crew. Got a crew.
You got a
sick days.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got a liner cut from Kevin Harlan. That gets you a free day.
It should give me a free day.
That was a great liner.
Oh, it was awesome. All
right, there you go. I'll see you in March.
See you. Have a good trip.
Go. Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, each day we do the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And coming up, we have so much more to do, including, as we talked about, Frank Close's Phillies mailbag. If you have a Phillies question for Frank, Send it in right now on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. I do see some text messages that we haven't really got to. We got the unsportsmanlike moment of the day coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll read off some text messages on the other side. We'll update the poll question, 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the White Horse RV text board here on the Sports Bash. All right, 331 Sports Bash Live this hour of the show, brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Cooling. Let's check out the White Horse RV text board. React to some of your thoughts throughout the day. Our poll question is up as well. Phillies pitchers and catch today. Are you excited for the Phillies or meh? We'll update that poll question next hour on the show. What else we got? All right, let's go to the text board here. See what we got. 609-403-0973. Mike, my question is, why would you talk openly about a player that you are trying to get rid of? Shouldn't that be behind closed doors? It's like a married couple who don't want to be together, but they can't break up yet due to a family issue and money. Just smile in public before it's done. Brian in Little Egg Harbor. Are you referring to Nick Castellanos, I guess?
I guess he is, to which I would say this is a little different than a couple going through a divorce. The divorce is already done, all right? She just hasn't moved out of the house yet.
Right. She's gone on social media and basically said, I hate my husband.
Right.
But when she's in front of people, she's like, oh, we're cool.
Right.
But everybody who follows her on social media knows what's going on.
Exactly.
That being said, Brian, I do think that they could have handled the Castellanos thing better if they thought they could get anything for Castellanos. You would say, we like Castellanos. We're happy. There's going to be a competition in right field. But they did not do that.
But also it's the fact that Castellanos, he mishandled everything too because of the things he said to the media for the last few months of the season, the weird comments he made on different podcasts. So he also put the Phillies in an awkward situation where the Phillies were basically forced into either coming out and admitting that that the divorce is happening, or they could have said, talk to my lawyer, which you really can't do in sports.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Robbie in Little Egg Harbor says, I'm looking forward to the Phillies, and are you guys having Phillies watch parties this year? Now, those were fun last year. You know what, Robbie? We're going to try if somebody wants to have us for Phillies watch parties again this season. They were a great time last year. We had a blast at Yuri's in Wildwood. We had a bunch of people come out on the Wednesdays. So if people want to, if there's any business that wants to do Phillies watch parties, let us know. Mike, I don't want to give the Phillies any of my energy. Then my cousin sent a video of Crawford walking to the field, and it got me. Damn it. I saw that video of Crawford just like walking in.
Really quick, is there a video so far today that has been the most like baseball is back for you, Mike Yell? There's a lot of video out there.
Yeah, I mean, the Crawford going in for the first time, like he walks through the gate and you're like, there he is. All right. I saw Marsh back and, it's Brandon Marsh, but then it was like, all right, they're back. That whole feeling. I saw some of Nola and Wheeler throwing, like having a catch or something to that effect. So
the Wheeler video of him throwing was the first one that got me. Because I saw the Marsh video, I saw the Crawford video. I was like, all right, whatever. But then I saw the visual of Wheeler throwing, and that kind of got my juices flowing. I was like, oh, wait, there's Wheeler.
Well,
he's throwing.
And we don't think that Wheeler's going to be ready for the season, but we also don't think that he's going to miss the season.
No, he's not going to miss the season. If you go based on what the Phillies have said, we have no reason to think they're lying. The reality is that Wheeler is probably not going to be taking the mound in the Phillies uniform until June.
Oh, I think it's going to be earlier than that.
You think it's going to be earlier than that?
It doesn't matter, but I think so, yeah. I mean, they kind of insinuated that he could be ready for opening day, and they've kind of pushed that back a little bit, and I've heard May, maybe it's June. Listen, at this point, if they're doing okay without him, just keep him out don't rush him back.
There's no reason to rush him back. Look, he hasn't even thrown up a mound yet, so let's not put in jeopardy who is arguably one of the three most important players on the team for your success.
Phil and Brigantine, Mike, my question is, what can reasonably be expected from Garcia? Although a huge upgrade defensively, his offense is comparable to Castellanos, who was in a locked doghouse. The last two playoffs, their offense has produced only a slash of 199, 297, 331. Where is the offensive improvement coming from? Phil in Brigantine. Reasonable expectations from Garcia. I wouldn't be overly optimistic. If you want to be on the optimistic side, Phil, my suggestion would be this guy could come in here and hit 30 homers if he can revert back to where he was 2 years ago. I don't foresee that happening. My takeaway on Garcia has been this. The best case scenario for the Phillies and Garcia is that early in the season, he gets off to a hot start and the fans gravitate to him early because Garcia is one of those guys he feeds off the energy. So when you see a guy in that first homestand against, by the way, he's going to play his former team. I believe they open up the season against the Rangers. So he'll get a chance right off the bat to face his former team. They have a 6-game homestand. So that first 6 games of the season, can he get off to a start that the fans gravitate to him early? Because in Philadelphia, first impressions mean a lot. Max Kepler's first impressions stunk, and he never won the fans back over. Garcia's best way of being accepted is to come out early, maybe hits a home run or 2 in those first series of the season, and that energy of when he comes up, when his music hits, people get crazy excited to see, hey, here's the new guy, and he performs. Maybe that launches him into having a season. But that is best case scenario for me. Now, I will say, the last 2 playoffs, the slash lines have been terrible. One thing Garcia has done well, he has been one of the best postseason performers we've ever seen. But it was a couple of years ago. Now, one of the things, and Mike McGarry talked about this, remember at the end of the season, he asked Dave Dombrowski an interesting question. How do you find these guys that don't perform during the season but seemingly have a knack for performing in the bigger moments? And he brought up the example of a couple of the guys on the Dodgers, Kiki Hernandez. Maybe Garcia is that guy. Maybe Garcia is the guy that hits 220, 19 home runs, strikes out a bunch, but bright lights, big city, and he has a tremendous postseason. We'll never know.
I think Garcia has
we might know. I don't want to say we'll never know because the Phillies should make the playoffs.
I think Garcia has a strong chance to have a much better year in Philadelphia than Texas. I think that the tenure in Texas kind of ran its course. The Phillies seem very invested in him being a part of this team's success this year. And listen, I know it's not the perfect example, but when the Phillies acquired Brandon Marsh, it was with the idea that Brandon Marsh had underachieved as a hitter with the Angels. And the Phillies were very insistent that they were going to get him with their coaches and he would do better. And the numbers show that Marsh has been a much better hitter in Philadelphia than he was with the Angels. I think that Garcia is going to have a revival with the Phillies because they have been working with him since December. And even if it's only, a few more home runs here, a few more RBI there than last year, that still, plus the defense, is an upgrade. And I think at the end of the day, anyone who is going to give you more than Castellanos did is going to be a win.
UPS Jeff brings up an interesting point. He says, guys, there's no way the Phillies have the nuggets to cut $20 million check and cut Castellanos. They proved that with Taijuan Walker. Casty will be on the team. I don't agree with that. Here's the reason why.
Yeah.
Walker is a pitcher. There's value in your arm, and he stepped in key moments. Castellanos is a slug. They don't want him slugging around the locker room and the dugout when he's not playing. They signed a guy to flat out replace him.
Correct.
If they didn't bring in Garcia and they couldn't find another guy, you may be accurate there. Like they wouldn't say, hey, we're trying to trade Castellanos. We can't find a taker, and we didn't sign Garcia, so we'll just keep him. When they sign Garcia, they're duplicitous in one way. They both strike out a ton and hit for low average. One thing Garcia does significantly better than Castellanos does is play right field. So it's not like they're going to the season and saying, we don't have Garcia, we'll stick Marsh in left and Kemp in right. Or Brian De La Cruz, who they signed on a minor league deal. They brought in his replacement. Walker, different story. He was organizational depth. The only difference there was the organizational depth couldn't get demoted to AAA. Otherwise, he would have as well, because they would have rather had him pitch as a starter at AAA than rot in the bullpen here.
Also, there was never a moment where Walker came out to the media and was a problem.
No, Walker's never been a malcontent.
Right. So I think that what people are forgetting is that Castellanos is part of the reason why this is happening. Walker, I mean, there are numerous reports. I mean, you talked to Jeff Kerr about this. I know you've talked to other people about this. I know Tyler Zalecki was on the show last year, Mike, where he said Taijuan Walker is a great guy in the locker room. The players love him. The organization loves him. He takes accountability. He answers every question. Nick Castellanos, he is the opposite of that.
Yeah, Castellanos, and by the way, I don't know if anybody has seen this interview that Whit Merrifield has done. He did this interview, I think, with Scott Lauber from the Inquirer.
I did not see this.
And Merrifield essentially was saying that Rob Thompson was his favorite manager that he's ever played for.
Wow.
And reason being was that he was the most transparent. He was the guy who came to him and said, hey, listen, you're not playing today. We're hoping to get you some playing time whenever. And he said he appreciated that, even though he thought he should have been given more of an opportunity just because they didn't see it the same way.
And Whit Merrifield is a guy who could easily have come out and ripped the Phillies.
Here's what Merrifield told Scott Lauber.
When I was in Philly, look, I've told people before, I think Rob Thompson was the best manager I ever had. My favorite manager of all time. I loved him. In any job, there's times when you're going to disagree with your boss. Your boss is ultimately got to make the decision, and there's times when you're going to disagree. I thought that coming into it, I had a chance to compete for an everyday outfield spot, and after the spring training I thought maybe I had earned a good run to start the year. And didn't quite get it, but, Tomper was very upfront with me about what was going on. And, hey, you're going to be playing 3 days this week. We got you 2 games this series. Hey, we're going to try to get you in the Sunday game of this series, but it depends on if this guy needs a day off, whatnot. And I felt like he was very upfront with me. And if he wasn't, he's got a lot going on. Look, his worry is not catering to me and worry about my playing time. He's got a lot going on. But if I was at a point where I needed some knowledge of what they were thinking, he was the easiest guy to go in and talk to. It was never uncomfortable to be like, you knock on his door, hey Tomper, you got a second? What's the deal? What's going on? I haven't played in 3 days. Is that what's happening? And he was very communicative.
All right, so that is Whit Merrifield, who, by the way, was here for a short time. He got released before the end of the season, so he could have come out and said, man, they handled this poorly. He said, no, this is the best manager that I've ever played for. And we talk about this all the time. What's the role of the manager? It's that right there. Communication, setting the tone, the locker room, the clubhouse, all that stuff. Making sure that the guy who's not getting playing time isn't being disruptive. And that is what ended up happening with Castellanos.
And again, as I said before, if anyone could have had a gripe against the Phillies, it's Whit Merrifield. And you could argue that's probably the most glowing endorsement we've ever heard of Rob Thompson. And that's from a guy who was only here for, 3 months?
For however long. It was half a season.
Whatever it was. Yeah, the point is that Castellanos has been here for 4 years or 3 years, whatever it is. And, I mean, the guy, first of all, it doesn't help that Castellanos is already a bit of a miserable you-know-what.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, what he came out and said about the Phillies and Rob Thompson and communication, it really does make you wonder, you know what? This is a guy with Merrifield who has nothing but good things to say about him. You got nothing but bad things to say about him.
Well, for what and Kerr was on with us yesterday. He said whatever Castellanos said apparently was pretty disrespectful. Nobody really knows what he said, but apparently it was so disrespectful that, and they only sat him for 1 game, that potentially they could have said, look, this is even bigger than that.
Well, that was the Matt Gelb report in the Charlotte Barnes reports in The Athletic, that Castellanos, what he said was so bad that the other people who were nearby heard it. Even they were like, whoa.
Yeah. All right, Sports Bash Live. Good text on the White Horse RV text board. By the way, Adolis Garcia, the question we got there, somebody texted in that he shouldn't hit fourth. Fifth is his spot. If you look at his career, his best spot in the order by far is in the 4-hole. That is where he has hit more times than any place else in his career. It is the best spot that he has ever had in the lineup. He has 92 home runs and 286 RBI from the 4-hole. He has hit 443 games. The next spot in the order for him is 143 games in the 3-hole, which actually he has performed very good in the 3-hole. He hit in the 3-hole, I say very good, I take that back, 235 batting average in the 3-hole, 234 in the 4-hole, and in the 5-hole, 238. So most of his damage and most of his games have been in the 4-hole. I don't know where they're going to hit him. We'll talk to Frank Close tonight and see where he thinks they're going to hit him. That's coming up. Our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day is up next.
The calendar is backwards. This is awful for the NBA. I hate this. It's painful for me. All of these people pop up who have not watched the NBA all year and start hating on it because all they focus on is the guys who are out versus the guys that are in. If the NBA simply were to move the trade deadline to this week, and they would move back the All-Star game to in between the conference championship games and the Super Bowl, we wouldn't have the NBA as the voluntary piñata and taking shots from everyone, because what everyone notices this week is the worst version of the NBA, and that's not what it is all year long.
Evan Cohen on Unsportsmanlike. He wants to do some changes to the calendar. He thinks that might be a reason and way to help things out in the NBA. And one of the things he wants to do is make this the trade deadline. I do agree with the trade deadline thing, Josh. We're down at Radio Row, and the trade deadline gets lost in the sauce. I mean, you get big-time trade movement, and it doesn't really matter because no one's really paying attention because everyone's talking about the Super Bowl. So you could do a much better job in situating your calendar if you are the NBA. Get off of Super Bowl week when you have one of your most interesting days of the year falling during the Super Bowl. That's one. He talked about the All-Star game. Play it between the conference title games and the Super Bowl when there's nothing happening on that Sunday. What a concept, right?
Listen, that might be one of the best takes Evan Cohen has ever had, because I've been saying for a long time, and I've been criticized for it before, nobody cares about the NBA until football is done. Stop trying to compete with football, NBA. Just move the calendar back, situate yourself so you can own the rest of the year.
Yeah, I like that one as well. You couple his idea with some of my ideas, and we got some good ideas, and this whole thing could be a much better situation for the NBA.
I think the NBA could save a lot of money if you and Evan Cohen were co-commissioners.
Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. That's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Listen to Unsportsmanlike tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, it is today's Football at 4 with Jeff Mosher. It's coming up next. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. And, of course, you can check out all his stuff over at phillyvoice.com. He's got an interesting story that he breaks down today over at Philly Voice. You can check that out at phillyvoice.com. What are the biggest changes we can expect to the Eagles offense? Well, I think everybody wants to know. This man, Jeff Mosher, broke it all down, and he joins us now for today's edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Moshe, all right, they got a new offensive coordinator from a different scheme and a different style. And do you anticipate the offense looks different? What did you see in your breakdown that Eagles fans can anticipate what the offense may look like this year?
Yeah, no, I think it's actually going to be the same variation of the Eagles offense with just 4 new coaches, new play caller, new no,
well, we've heard this before.
No, I know. This time I think it's not just the new offensive coordinator, right? You're bringing in a couple of other new coaches from the same other alternative background, which is the West Coast, modernized West Coast offense to help out. So it's a pretty clear indication. And we did a podcast on this Inside the Birds with Sam Finkel, who is our analytics expert, who this was about a week ago. And I wanted to do continue it with Philly Voice and Story Form, just to look at the staples of that kind of offense, which is under center, play action, and motion, and show what these other teams that the Eagles are getting coaches from, how much of it they used compared to how much of it or how little of it the Eagles were using in their offense. And, you know, the numbers really spell it out in each one that it's a dramatic difference.
Well, I guess, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday on the show, and I want to get your opinion on this. Okay, they changed this offense. It might be more McVay, LaFleur, O'Connell, McDaniel. This is an offense that is very foreign to what the Eagles have done. Do they have the personnel to run that offense? In other words, even down to the offensive line, there's different blocking schemes. You know, you target different style of offensive linemen if you want to run a West Coast offense compared to, I don't know what the Eagles have been running. Whose style of offense is that?
You know, Sirianni sort of has a lot of different influences. I mean, he credits Todd Haley when he was with Kansas City as being a big offensive influence, and Haley was more of the what do you call it? The Earnhardt offense, Perkins offense from the old days, which is more of an aerial attack than, say, a timing and rhythm offense. But nonetheless, I don't know if there is like personnel that you have to have. I mean, I think it helps. I think like the reason why there are certain players you look at and you say their talents are exploited in certain offenses that might not be in others. For example, I think Puka Nacua is a great wide receiver who'd be pretty darn good no matter what offense you put him in. But I don't know that he's like almost 2,000 yards good in like the Cowboys offense as opposed to the offense that the Rams run, where he's reduced with his splits. He's constantly in motion. The offense is funneled through the middle of the field where he really excels and catches a lot of balls. And then, you know, a guy like Brock Purdy in Shanahan's offense. Do you think Brock Purdy would be a great quarterback if he was running like Josh McDaniels offense? I don't know. You know, I think that the timing and the rhythm that Purdy does well blends well with Shanahan's schemes. And, you know, if you had 2 receivers who were deep ball artists, I guess like kind of like the way, if you were to put Brock Purdy in the Eagles offense, I'm not sure that would be really good. He doesn't drive the ball outside the numbers down the field where both Smith and A.J. Brown really excel. So, right. While I do think like anybody can fit an offense as long as they can take the coaching, there are certain players, but I think that the Eagles have versatile and good enough players that should be able to fit any scheme. But to really answer your question, like Saquon Barkley is not someone you think of as a fantastic outside zone runner. You don't want him going east and west a lot because he's really good in between the tackles. His vision isn't always his greatest strength as opposed to that second level burst. But that doesn't mean that Sean Mannion can't cater his run game to what Saquon does best. Sean McVay did that. He went from outside zone constantly with Todd Gurley to way more of an inside zone duo between tackles run with Kyron Williams. So good coaches, they bring to their philosophies, but they also adjust their personnel.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you're trying to do and maximize. The question is, they've been doing this offense here to try to maximize Jalen Hurts, right? That doesn't necessarily mean it has maximized A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
Correct. Correct. And I think A.J. Brown would agree with you on that he feels, he has that famous quote, use me, don't use me, where he caught a touchdown in this game. He in the box score, it looked like he did well, but he was clearly disappointed still in the fact that it was the same old offense, really. And you could tell, he wanted the offense to evolve and him to evolve, his role to be able to evolve with it. Yeah.
So yesterday, we were breaking down a lot of what A.J. Brown said to Micah Parsons, which was, sometimes change is a good thing. Then he went out to give praise to Kevin Patullo and then finished up with, so I'm excited for the season. You can interpret this a lot of ways. Is he cooled off? Does he feel good about the situation? I look at it as change is a good thing. We got Sean Mannion. I'm happy about that. I don't not like Kevin. He did as well as he could under the restraints that you have in that offense. He's out, and now I'm excited. Do we look at AJ and say he's now happy and is excited to be here, or do we think this is still going to materialize?
I wouldn't read too much into it. At the end of the day, change is a good thing, but AJ Brown, like all of us, couldn't tell you a single thing about Sean Mannion's competence as a play caller or a play designer because he's never done it. I might interpret his comments differently if, say, Mike McDaniel or Brian Daboll was the offensive coordinator or someone was experienced. I mean, I couldn't look into it and say, yes, maybe he does welcome at least the philosophical change in what it might bring, but I can't sit here and be convinced he definitely wants to be a part of the Eagles going forward because he said change is a good thing,
Yeah, I listen. He obviously didn't want to talk to media down there, but he was okay kind of getting his thoughts out to Micah Parsons. And I don't know, was he trying to portray to the NFL world that, hey, I'm cool, I'd be a good fit for you, or is he trying to portray to the Eagles that he's cool with what they did?
So I actually watched the whole podcast. I'm not sure if you saw it all.
I did not. No, I have seen obviously clips, but not the whole thing in its long form.
His general demeanor throughout the show was to not really be the focal point of it. In fact, he got a great quote from Micah Parsons talking about the trade that could have been to Philadelphia because he was sort of being the question asker instead of the interviewer or interviewee, I should say. So I just look at what he said as how can I get through this show? Not say anything that's going to be completely taken out of context or making a headline out of it, and really defer to a conversation with Micah and Bryce Young. Bryce Young was actually very funny in the show and pretty introspective as well. But my point was he wasn't really looking to go deep into his answers there, so don't read too much into what he was saying. And it started off Micah asked him about something, and he just kind of put his hands in the air, this is what it is, and he didn't really expand on it. So,
I want to get your take, and this is obviously just an opinion from you. If AJ walked or traded, obviously he can't walk; he would have to be traded. Mm-hmm. What is Devontae Smith?
He's a really good receiver. I mean, I don't think that his role changes a whole lot. I think he's even without him.
He's a really good receiver. His role doesn't change, but is there meat on the bone there? Do they not get as much as they could from him? Could he be a number one guy? I look at Jackson Smith and Jigba and look at a guy and say, he don't have a lot of help. I mean, there's not you're wow, look at their receiving core. Look at all these weapons. No, it's him. Yeah. Could Devontae Smith be the main guy if, in fact, they let A.J. Brown go?
I mean, I think so. I mean, I think the point of having one of these modernized West Coast offenses is that you're going to scheme guys open. Theoretically, that's the point anyway. And you don't always have the Niners played the entire season without Brandon Ayuk. They really didn't have their ex receiver and they still won 12 games. You're not going to put Devontae Smith in AJ's spot and call him the X receiver. He's still going to be a movable piece. He's still going to be someone you want in trips and bunch formations. You still want to be able to, scheme him so that he's not getting pressed at the line of scrimmage. And you may look to bring in someone who's not as good, but at least can play the X position just to be able to run certain routes from that spot, whether you're 1x3 or even 2x2. But I don't think it really changes who he is as a receiver or how often he's targeted or how much he's used.
Well, and I only ask that because maybe the Eagles look at it and see, like, hey, we have so much money invested in these wide receivers. We're not getting the ROI on these receivers. Look at Seattle. They're not paying any receivers. I know they're going to have to pay Jackson Smith and Jigba, but could we design an offense similar to what they do where we have one receiver that's really, really good, and then we have guys who just have roles?
Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting. I was really impressed with the job Clint Kubiak did all year with basically one outstanding player and then a bunch of role players. But
right, he got Shaheed, who's kind of like the home run hitter, right? It's like, hey, we got you. You're the guy who breaks open the top. Bobo, you're the tight end that kind of works the middle of the field. Like, they all just kind of did what they did well, and that's it.
Right, and a lot of that is due to how they run their offense. They're a downhill under center work off play action offense where the quarterback proved he could operate in that offense the year before in Minnesota. And then obviously JSN isn't just a good receiver. He's an elite one, and that helps. But yeah, I mean, could you and even the Packers, Mike, they have good receivers, but excuse me, not a guy that you would put top 5 in the NFL. So that's why.
Right, yeah, I know you're struggling there a little bit, so I'll interject for you for a second here. But we talked to Romeo Doubs at the Super Bowl, and one of the things he told us was expect these receivers to see the ball a lot more. One of the things that's unique about Green Bay is they don't really have a number one guy, but they have a bunch of guys who could be number one that day.
Yes, that is true. They do. They have a lot of good guys, not an elite guy. Although I will say, I think Christian Watson, even though he came back from an injury, the sort of felt like it came on for him because he played really, really well this year for the Packers when he came back. But still, not like a Justin Jefferson or even an A.J. Brown, but pretty close, pretty good. But yeah, there should be more usage of the receivers. And again, it's about scheming them open. It's about creating easy lanes, well-defined throws all over the middle of the field and everywhere for Jalen Hurts. And, I think it would benefit the Eagles to get a slot receiver, like a natural slot who can work the middle of the field. And B, if you look at Matt LaFleur, he does things differently too. He's in shotgun a little bit more than, say, Stafford with the Rams. They do run the RPO game. They've adapted the quote unquote McVay Shanahan offense to what modern offenses also do from a shotgun standpoint, because they've adapted it to fit Jordan Love.
What is your take, Jeff? I know you guys over at Inside the Birds in one of your latest podcasts, you kind of have a to-do list for the offseason. How do you view the tight end situation with Goddard being a free agent? I don't know that they entered the season wanting to have to pay him, bring him back, but I don't know. I'm looking around that roster. I don't see anybody else. What happens with that part of the to-do list?
I think no matter what, you have to invest in young, upcoming tight end. I wouldn't slam the door on Dallas Goedert coming back. We'll have to see how that goes. I think he would fit the offense well. We'll have to see what the market is for him. I'm sure everybody will see the 11 touchdowns and be excited about it. But if they go to the tape, they'll see that 6 or 7 were good red zone scheme touchdowns where he was barely touched also. Not to take away from him. But no matter what, you've got to have a guy in the works. They had Zach Ertz before Brent Selleck retired. Remember, both of them were on this first Super Bowl team. Then they had Goddard, right, when Zach Ertz was at the end and traded him. And they didn't really do a good job of getting somebody to take over for Goddard before Goddard was done being an Eagle, unless he's back. So now you got to get guys and preferably guys who can play the wide position, meaning they can block and catch.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's going to be a fascinating one because he's the only free agent on offense. And this is an offense that struggled. They got the guy fired, but you're thinking to yourself, we got to bring the whole offense back. It almost feels like this is an interesting – so I was talking about this morning. What is the mandate in the building? Is it we fired Patullo, we hired Mannion, and the anticipation that takes us from an 11-win, division-winning wildcard team to a Super Bowl team? Or it's a whole new system. We're going to be evaluating everybody in the system to see who stays and who goes and anticipate taking a step back.
Yeah, no, I think Howie Roseman needs to be taken at his word. He said that we are in urgency. We are in an urgent mode to win now. They've got a lot of money invested in a lot of players, good players. They've reached the playoffs 5 straight times. They've been to 2 Super Bowls, won 1, still won 11 games even in a bad year. You can squint and see how 15 to 20% better offensive output could have got them into the Super Bowl again this year. And while they do have to make changes, they've done that before. That doesn't really change the expectations. So to answer your question, the mandate in the building is to get that old, archaic, do-nothing offensive game scheme out and usher in the new and get it going quickly.
Right, because, I would anticipate as long as everybody comes back, you are not going to see a lot of change on this offense. It's like, hey, you guys are going to get to run it back, but in a completely new system. Is that the feeling you're getting?
Well, I mean, you might have a change or two on the offensive line. And, of course, we already talked about tight end and wide receiver. So, yeah, I mean, I do think that there'll be some changes on offense. But if you're talking about the pillars of the success like Saquon and Jalen Hurts and Devontae Smith and Lane Johnson, like those guys.
I do think one of the areas where this team, if you're going to go to like a, more of a McVay style of offense, you've got to try to find that third wide receiver. That guy has to be a part of the offense.
I agree. And it would help if that guy is a little bit proven. Like I know that there was some real nice flashes from Darius Cooper last year in a limited role. Great training camp, and Johnny Wilson should come back. And, I do wonder a guy like that who's 6'6", and if you can get him in some space or, oriented offense, could he do some things after the catch? Could he use his shoot? Could he be a good red zone target? But the bottom line is, yeah, I mean, especially if you're not bringing AJ Brown back for whatever reason, you need like a Dobbs, who is a free agent, I believe. It would really help to have a guy who's played in that system, has proven to perform in that system, and can come in and make an impact right away.
All right, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, a very interesting offseason ahead. NFL free agency, the legal tampering, March the 9th. We are less than 1 month away from when players can start changing teams. Jeff Mosher, I'll ask you, which free agent is the most interesting story to you? Is it Goddard? Is it Jalen Phillips? Is it Nakobe Dean? Is it Reed Blankenship? Or somebody else?
Man, March 9th, that's the day Biggie died. Just hit me. Rough.
How about that? That's good memory by you.
Yeah. Anyway, I would say the Nakobe Dean free agency is going to be, even though it feels like a 4. Actually, I'll amend that. I think Jalen Phillips. That one's going to be very, very interesting to me.
I agree with the Phillips because I'll break it down this way. They brought Phillips in, so they obviously felt they needed a top, higher tier pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, a lot of speculation of Myles Garrett and Trey Hendrickson, and they never went down that road. They stuck with what they had, but then they made the trade for Phillips. Did they think Phillips was enough to bring him back, or do they now go bigger this time around?
Well, what are the ramifications of not bringing him back? Because, then basically you've got J.L.X. Hunt, who I think could take another step. I mean, he can be your best edge rusher, but if you didn't bring back Jalen Phillips, you've got J.L.X. Hunt, Nolan Smith, and Brandon Graham. Is that enough? That's a tough
No, well,
call.
that's why I said, do they bring Jalen Phillips back, or do they target someone even bigger?
No. I mean, you gave up a 3rd-round pick for that guy, and he fits your system to a T. He's played for your defensive coordinator. He didn't play great in the wild card game, but overall, he played well enough that you think another year, bring him in, have Hunt continue and Smith continue. That you got a good rotation there.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that one. Reed Blankenship's going to be interesting because, as we know, coaches like to go someplace and bring guys with them. We see it all the time. John Gannon goes to Arizona. He brings Josh Sweat with him, brings Kazir White with him, just so he has some comfort. Christian Parker says, hey, I'm new here. Let me get a guy who knows my system pretty well. So that could be one team. Could Reed Blankenship end up with Christian Parker? Could Nakobe Dean end up in Dallas? That would be something to keep an eye on too, right?
Yeah, it would be. Now, the history of these guys, of Eagles becoming Cowboys and Cowboys becoming Eagles, is not good. It's not good at all. Like, we can go through a lot of names from Orlando Scandrick to DeMarco Murray to who else? There was another Eagle Cowboy that didn't work out for them. Oh, I remember Miles Austin. Remember that?
T.O. switched teams.
T.O., there you go. Yeah, but Miles Austin came in here and didn't really perform in the Chip Kelly era. I feel like there's another guy who went to the Cowboys from the Eagles who just didn't pan out either. So I don't know. It's a tough one.
Well, that would be interesting. Some more storylines to keep an eye on. March 9th, it all begins, the legal tampering and football at 4. We'll have you right here on the Sports Bash. Moshe, I'm going away for a while. I'll talk to you in March.
Enjoy Egypt, my friend. See you later.
Shukran. That is thank you in Egyptian.
Oh, I thought we were going to have to fight for a minute.
Arabic. That is thank you in Arabic. All right, man. See you. All right, there's Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and you can listen to it each and every day at 4 o'clock. We give you football. By the way, local guy Greg Roman is back in the NFL. He didn't last on the free agent list long. He was let go from the Chargers, Holy Spirit alum, 1990. Spent time as the offensive coordinator in L.A. with the Chargers this year. He was with the Ravens. He has been with Buffalo and San Francisco. He has a new home inside the NFC East. He will join John Harbaugh's staff with the Giants. The Giants are putting together an interesting staff here. You got Harbaugh as the head coach. Former head coach Brian Callahan is now the quarterback coach. Former head coach Mike Kafka is now the offensive coordinator. Former offensive coordinator Greg Roman is the run game coordinator. And another former offensive coordinator, Tim, his name is blanking me right now, but he was the offensive coordinator in Tennessee and Houston. So the Giants are putting together a very veteran staff down there. Just something to kind of ponder. But I know a lot of people from Ventnor like to go watch Greg coach. When he was in Baltimore, they take the drive down to Baltimore to go watch him there. Now you take a ride up the Parkway, go see him in Philly once a year. And I would anticipate, he was a assistant with Jim Harbaugh the last couple of years. Now he's back with John Harbaugh. When Roman was the offensive coordinator for John Harbaugh in Baltimore, he was the 2019 assistant coach of the year for his work with Lamar Jackson. So now he gets to work with Jackson Dart and the run game, Cam Scattaboo. All right, we'll come back. Q Myers in the house. I want to get Q's take on the NBA tanking. Is it a problem, or does he just look at it as, it's always been going on? That post-Super Bowl thoughts from him, biggest storylines of the offseason. Q Myers from Game Night is back on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 4:30, Sports Bash on a Wednesday. Sixers and the Knicks tonight. It's the final game of the first half of the season for both teams. The All-Star break is here. Big game in the NBA, but the NBA's got problems. This is a big one for both these teams. But if you just did a quick little social media search today of the word tanking, the NBA's got a problem. He's the host of Game Night right here on 97.3 ESPN weeknights at 8. You can listen to it, at 10. My times are still all messed up, dude. Sorry. Q Myers is back on the Sports Bash. You heard him last week in San Fran that time. And here we are. We're back on normal time, normal spots. Q in Vegas, me in Atlantic City. What's up, my man?
Man, how you doing? Did you recover yet? I'm still kind of, still kind of tired from the trip, man. It was a hell of a trip, though.
I'm a little beat up, a little run down. In fact, Josh, my producer, Josh is like a medicine cabinet, and I don't get sick ever, but I can feel like when it starts a little bit, I'm like, dude, you got those horse pills? Because I'm leaving for Egypt tomorrow.
That's a humble brag, leaving for Egypt tomorrow, man. If I could live like you live, man, you travel the world, not the country, the world.
I've seen everything around this joint. I need to get out of here,
I heard that. You know what the thing is, though? You know why everyone feels bad after a week of Radio Row is because we all go and put 100 different headsets on, and you know what I mean? Like, we have all these different guests come on, and how many times, and I couldn't tell you, there's probably at least 3 or 4 guests that I had on my show locally that in the middle of a question or a response, all of a sudden they decided they were going to cough. Well, where do they cough? Right into the mic. So you know how that goes.
Well, and not only that, in the hands, and then you're shaking hands. Thanks for coming on. All that stuff. I never really thought of that. But then the plane ride home, you're in that tube for 6.5 hours. It is, So I said to my girl, because I never get sick, and she's like, don't you get sick. We're leaving. And I'm like, I never get sick. And then today I'm like, I'm deteriorating, man. I've been fighting it all week. Like earlier this week, I popped a couple Tylenol before the show. Then I went to ibuprofen and back and forth. And I'm like, all right, I feel like today I came in, took nothing, and I was like, oh, man. I said to Josh, I said, yo, man, I need some of them horse pills. He gave me something a couple weeks ago, and it kind of flushed me out a bit. But, I'm trying to get through the day. But the NBA needs to get through the season. They got 30 games left. This is bad, man. This is, what the Utah Jazz are doing the other night. I mean, Draymond Green came out, and he was just blasting some of these teams about how disgusting it is. Now, listen, I'm coming from a town that threw away a whole season, so I get it. But that was one team. You got 10 teams saying, I got no interest in winning. Now, you live in a non-NBA city, but you are an NBA fan. Do you look at this as a problem in the league right now? Or is it not as big of a deal because Vegas don't have a team that you're not obviously probably talking about as much in your local show, maybe on Game Night tonight?
No, it is a problem, no matter what, regardless if Vegas has a team or not, which, like you said, they don't. They will sooner rather than later. But, it's a problem, man. I mean, I want to see good competitive basketball. And I think fans, more importantly than anything, deserve to be able to see good, entertaining, competitive basketball. And when you see a team that's going out there and just releasing players, or they're sitting players consistently and having no interest in winning, like you're mentioning, that's not fair to the consumer, and I get it. Look, this upcoming draft, Mike, is going to be incredible. There's a handful of dudes that can, like real deal dudes that can go. There's going to be some difference makers in this upcoming draft. And so I get it. These teams are trying to position themselves, try to jockey themselves in position to get these really good players and change the fortune of their franchise. But why are you sacrificing the overall product? And again, if I'm a fan and I'm buying a ticket to go see, the Wizards, or I'm going to buy a ticket to go see the Pelicans or whatever the team is, the Hornets, right? They have some guys that they just lost because of suspension, but every team behind the Hornets doesn't care about winning anyway. So it's like, wait a minute, why am I spending my money on a product that these guys don't care to even go out there and be competitive in? It's not fair to the fans.
Is there a fix? Is there some? Because that to me is the big thing. We're like, look, this is a bad product. I've come up with some wonky fixes that I think, to me are like, these are great ideas, but I don't think the NBA is going to agree with me. Do they look at it and say, we got our money. It is what it is. Deal with it.
I mean, I think at this stage of the game, that's all they can do, right? I mean, there's been conversations about that in the NFL as well. Hey, let's change up the system so teams can't just lose and look for the number 1 overall pick, right? I don't like the lottery system, to be honest with you, the way the NBA does it. I just don't. I feel like, especially since we don't see everything happen, in real time, we don't really know what's going on. So I'm not a big fan of that. I hate that I don't have the solution, though, right? Because I get it. Like, if I don't like something and I don't think it should be done that way, I should be the guy that says, all right, well, this is how we should do it. But I don't have that solution, but something's got to be done.
Yeah, well, my solutions are all wonky. I said you got to play a 70-game season. Mm-hmm. After 70 games, that's the cutoff date for the playoffs. Now, you play your last 12 games, but your last 12 games will only be against playoff teams. And the teams that don't make the playoffs, their last 12 games are all against each other. So somebody has to win those games. You're not trying to lose games now. You got to play against each other, and you're playing for draft positioning. The teams that make the playoffs after 70 games, they're playing against each other, and that will determine the seeding. So all of the games have meaning. A 70-game, it's like high school basketball. There's a cutoff date.
Right.
When you hit that cutoff date, those are the teams that are locked into playoff spots. The last 12 games are now. So I looked at the Sixers schedule, Q.
Right.
The last 12 games, they have 6 games against those tanking teams.
Right.
That's not fair to the teams that are, hey, the Sixers are the 5 seed, and they get to play Sacramento and Utah and Indiana. Yep. No. These last 12 games, you got to play playoff quality teams. That's one way. So I
actually think that's a good idea. It might be a little wonky sounding, but if you work it out in your head in real time, it actually sounds kind of cool. It sounds. It's. I mean, they already put the in-season tournament. This would be like,
and this is what it is.
Tournament. That would mean something.
The last 12 games are now your new in-season tournament, and I say you play for seeding. Your record doesn't go to 0-0.
Right.
Your record stays what it is, but all the games you play are going to get playoff teams.
Matter.
So you could make moves up and down the seeding thing, and that would, I think, add some excitement to the in-season tournament.
Hey, man, let's call our buddy Adam Silver and get that on the docket, man. Let's make that happen.
I mean, and then the other obvious one is reward teams for winning. If you're the first team out of the playoffs, you have the best lottery odds.
Right.
This way, late in the year, I got to try to win games. I can't be here losing games. I might not be a playoff team, but I also just made a trade like the Pacers. And instead of sitting Zubac, I'm going to actually play him and try to win some games because I want to better my draft position. Instead, they're trying to lose games. It's a bad situation all around there. We just were at the Super Bowl. The Seahawks won. Is that a team that's built to stay?
They're built to stay because they're young. But with that being said, they're going to do the same thing that Philadelphia has done now multiple times. And I actually referenced this the other night on game night when everyone's talking about Seattle as they're the odds-on favorites with the Rams to be in the Super Bowl and Super Bowl 61 coming up. And I said, yeah, but now they've got to replace their offensive play caller, right? How many times has Philadelphia had to replace their offensive play caller? Sometimes it works out well. Other times not so much. So it sounds good because they're young. They have a really good defense. They have a really good running game. But they don't have that guy Clint Kubiak anymore, and he was a game changer as far as I'm concerned. Because look what they did last year offensively.
What do you do now? Clint Kubiak, by the way, you'll be covering him in Vegas during. For those of you who don't know, Q Myers does the local show in Vegas. He also is the national host here on 97.3 ESPN for game night. You'll have Kubiak there.
Yep.
I think a big story, Q, is you got the Super Bowl MVP as a free agent.
Yes. Yep.
And running backs are interesting when they hit free agency. So
I think Seattle's going to do everything they can to hold on to him, though. Why wouldn't they? Right? I mean, they need that running game. Charbonnet is fantastic, but he's coming off a torn ACL, so you don't know when he's going to be healthy and ready to go. I think that they do everything they can in their power to keep Walker in town. If Kubiak brings any player with him, I'm interested in Rashid Shaheed. Bring him with you. That's what I want to see. I want to see that game changer, that dude that's got all kind of speed that you can use him in multiple different positions. Yeah, bring that guy with them. I don't think Walker's going to make it out of town. Plus, the Raiders already have Ashton Genty. But Walker's going to be intriguing because, like you said, running backs are interesting. They usually don't get top dollar on the free agent market, but he is coming off an MVP performance at the Super Bowl. So maybe that increases his value a little bit more.
Q Myers, game night tonight at 10 on 97.3 ESPN. I think another interesting story at Radio Row was A.J. Brown. He was there. He did speak on the Micah Parsons podcast. He said, change is good. KP did a good job. I like him. but I'm excited for what's next. Is what's next in Philly, or is that the NFL offseason story of where A.J. Brown goes?
I think we're going to learn a lot about this A.J. Brown situation in a couple of weeks in Indianapolis at the Scouting Combine. You know, when it's not legal tampering period, but everyone's legally tampering, right? When everyone's talking about different moves that can happen and not just talking about the upcoming draft and the draft prospects that are out there competing. The Scouting Combines when a lot of business takes place in the NFL. So I think that we'll hear some buzz one way or the other coming out of Indy about this situation in Philadelphia with A.J. Brown. And so my gut feeling tells me he's not going to get traded only because of the money. But, I mean, with that being said, we're seeing teams take on dead cap money like it's nothing anymore. Ever since Denver did, it's like everybody could do it. So who knows? But my gut feeling, like I said, is A.J. Brown still stays in Philadelphia. But there's plenty of teams that need an alpha dog wide receiver, and he's definitely one of them.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see because obviously the huge cap hit of that happening there. One of the other stories at Radio Row where you were is you have the first pick of the draft in Vegas. Yep. We did see Fernando Mendoza. There is some little murmurs about Carr and his potential return, but are the Raiders locked in on drafting a quarterback at number 1?
Oh, they must have to be, right? To me, it feels like they have to be. You're not going to be guaranteed to be in this position again. And I don't care that Fernando Mendoza might not be an elite quarterback. He's a really good quarterback, and he's better than what the Raiders have had since, I would say, 2016 Derek Carr, right? Derek Carr in 2016 was a really good quarterback, got him to the playoffs, but he broke his ankle, so he wasn't able to play in the playoffs that year. And they were one and done. And they've only been to the playoffs one other time since then. That was 2021. So, you know, that was peak Derek Carr, and he started to kind of tail off a little bit after that, after the injury when he came back from it. I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be really good. The Raiders, in my opinion, have to take him. You just hired Clint Kubiak to be your head coach. He's an offensive coordinator, sharp mind, right? He's worked many different quarterbacks. It only makes all the sense in the world. So I think when it's all said and done, the draft gets wrapped up, you'll see a lot of 15 jerseys in the Allegiant Stadium, and they'll all say Mendoza on the back of them.
And I'll tell you what, he seems like a tremendous kid and a tremendous human being. Yep. You hope for the league's sake and the Raiders' sake that he steps in there and kind of revises that franchise, which is obviously going through coaches here. What's it feels like a monthly check-in on what the off-season temperature will be on Max Crosby.
Yeah, it seems like it's a lot of smoke behind this Max Crosby situation, and a lot of people are in denial that anything's going on. But like I said, where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't know if it's going to result in him being traded, but when we were on Radio Row together and Jay Glazer comes out, starts talking about Max Crosby not wanting to be there, and Diana Rossini comes out on the same day around the same time and says the same thing, that wasn't coincidental. Right. And then we start hearing other reports. And the funny thing is, like, regardless of who the reporter is, some people have a lot of respect for certain folks and others not so much. These aren't coming from nowhere. These stories aren't just being made up. They're not just being, pulled out someone's backside, thrown up against the wall and hope they stick. So somehow, some way, someone's coming up with these stories. And not to mention on Friday, Max Crosby went on a big national tour, right, of all these different outlets that he was on. And people all asked him about, the situation, the relationship with the Raiders. And if he wanted to end these stories and these rumors and reports, all he had to say is, I'm a Raider. I love being a Raider. I'm not going anywhere. You know what he didn't say? I'm a Raider. I love being a Raider. I'm not going anywhere. He never said that. So, again, he left the door open. And so as long as the door is open, there's going to be these conversations going on around.
And I asked that here is because – last year, the Eagles' offseason, it was, what about Myles Garrett? What about Trey Hendrickson? Crosby's name kind of came up because there was a little thing. But this offseason, if Jalen Phillips, who's a free agent, if the Eagles look at him and say, that was a nice pickup, but we need even more, this A.J. Brown thing could be an intriguing situation to keep an eye on if they say, hey, we need it more. You got a guy, we got a guy, they not happy, let's make a switch. And that's why we kind of could be simpatico here this offseason.
Yeah, no, that could be a real scenario, right? I mean, because, look, what I'm hearing is, and this is just from reports that are out there, is that, the Raiders would look for a Micah Parsons type trade, which was 2 first-round picks and a player, right? So I could see, maybe a first-round pick and A.J. Brown for Max, maybe that's, but they're going to want a lot. And I know most people are going to say, hey, that's a lot right there. But, you got to do what you got to do if you go for what you need. And if Max Crosby is the guy that's going to put you over the top and get you back into the Super Bowl, I'm sure that he would love to play, with a team that has a chance to win. I know that's what he's all about. So yeah, I mean, I could see something like that, a scenario like that. It would make sense.
Q Myers, game night tonight at 10. They'll have plenty more. NFL offseason is now here. March 9th, legal tampering, although they legally tamper when they get to the combine there in Indianapolis.
Yep.
You can hear more of him tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man, I will catch up with you in about a couple weeks.
Yeah, man, enjoy Egypt, man, because everyone goes to Egypt. Have fun.
Susanna Hoffs, the Bengals, once said, walk like an Egyptian. All right?
There you go.
That's good for you. All right,
Later,
see you,
brother.
man. Q Myers tonight at 10 o'clock right here on 97.3 ESPN. It is game night. And, of course, this is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I definitely look at the Max Crosby, A.J. Brown as a potential something to keep an eye on there. And I do think last offseason, there was a lot of talk, Myles Garrett wants out. He wants to win. Go get him. He had a record-breaking season. You ended up having to trade for Jalen Phillips because your defensive line was not good enough. So, do the Eagles look at that this year and say, Jalen Phillips was nice, but we need more? And I know we're all looking at the offense. I think the offense is what the offense is. They're all signed. They're all locked in. 609-403-0973. All right, when we come back, we will check in on the poll question of today, which is about the Phillies. They are back at spring training. Are you excited for the Phils this season? Pitchers and catchers report today. Are you excited about the Phillies? Excited or meh? They are your decisions. Let's check in on the poll question when we come back right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform at Mike Gill Show and on YouTube at 973 ESPN. All right, 452. Josh, we're going to check in on the poll question today. First, I want to tell you about my friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. If you're thinking about getting a new car, check it out over there. If you ever thought about an Acura, Key Acura of Atlantic City. I drove that Acura for a while from Key Acura. It was awesome. And Rocco was the man. I love dealing with him now through now through the end of the month, February 28th. It's a leap year this year? Is that what you're telling me? There's no 29th this year. There's no leap year, I mean.
28.
Right. There's no leap year.
Nope.
It's a normal February.
That's right.
Yeah. But now through then, they can get you in there. Qualified buyers, $300 a month, brand new Acura. That thing was tremendous. Really nice car. 80X, new Acura, lease option starting as low as $300 a month.
Well, Rocco and his team are tremendous. That's why.
He is a good dude. I talk a lot of sports with Rocco. He'll text me from time to time with some thoughts on some of my thoughts. Sometimes he disagrees with me. Sometimes he agrees with me. It's all good. It's all good. All right, poll question. Phillies pitchers and catchers report today. Are you excited for the Phillies season or meh? Excited or meh? It's 54-45 right now. It's actually 54.1 to 45.9. So it's almost 54-46. Meh is winning right now. People are meh on the Phils. 54% anyway are meh on the Phils. How do you guys out there feel if you're listening? 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the White Horse RV text board. Excited for the Phils? Meh on the Phils. We're going to talk Phils on the other side. Oh, another vote just switched it. More excitement. Frank Close from 97.3 ESPN.com. The Phillies mailbag is back for another season. Plus, the mailbag is getting its own podcast. We're going to tell you more about that as well. The Sports Bash has the Phillies covered like no other station in the area this season. But you don't seem all that excited for it. Maybe we shouldn't do as much Phillies coverage. Dang it. Well, the Flyers are off till February 25th. Sixers play tonight. The Phillies are all we got. Are they all we need? That's next. All right, final hour of the show, but it's a good one. We got Phillies pitchers and catchers. The mailbag is up at 97.3ESPN.com. Frank Close is back for another season of the Phillies mailbag. Plus, we got some new Phillies wrinkles for you this season. Frank's going to be a part of that as well. He'll tell you more about that if you go to our website, 97.3ESPN.com. Frank Close's Phillies mailbag is up. So check it out over at 97.3ESPN.com. We bring Frank Close back in. What is this? Season
11.
11, is it?
11. Long
Season
time on
11.
Sports Bash.
Season
11 great
11.
seasons.
Yes, 11 seasons of the mailbag on the Sports Bash. And, well, we could hit rewind and go back to spring training last year. Do we have a lot of the same questions? Because question number one, as many people want to know, is, are the Phillies simply running it back? Now, Rob Thompson has gone out of his way. Hey, we've made some changes. Jeff Kerr tweeted out the other day they've, in fact, changed about 23% of the lineup when you factor in last year. Crawford wasn't here. Painter wasn't here. Kemp didn't start the season. So there are some changes. Bullpen, Brad Keller wasn't here. So are they running it back, Frank?
I think that, yes, those changes that the Phillies have made are indeed new faces here, but when we look at the core of this Phillies team, it is largely the same. I mean, you still have a lineup built around Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Alec Boehm's still around, Bryson Stott's still around. So a lot of the names in the line, Brandon Marsh, a lot of the names have been around for 4 years now altogether, pretty much. So I think that the big thing here is Alec Boehm, number 4 hitter. I think that's the one spot that really makes this lineup feel the same. Mike, we've talked about it many times over the last couple of years. Alec Boehm is sort of miscast as that number 4 hitter, and the Phillies really could use a right-handed hitter to hit behind Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, whichever way they want to position the two. Phillies weren't really able to come up with that solution this offseason, and Adolis Garcia, maybe he can catch some lightning in the bottle, and maybe he can kind of be what he was a few years ago, but that's a big maybe. So it's not a guarantee. I think when the Bo Bichette attempted signing didn't work out, that left a lot of Phillies fans feeling like, well, this is all the same. It's all over again, right? So, again, up and down that lineup, yeah, just a couple new faces, but this is largely the same. And then that same issue, which really seemed to, for those of us that have been saying it this for the last 3 years, Alec Boehm does not really belong as the number 4 hitter. If he's hitting 6 or 7 for a team, I think that's great. I think you feel really good about that. Great contact bat. But they got to figure out, and they could still figure out at the trade deadline. Dave Dombrowski, maybe as we sit here right now, Dave Dombrowski is thinking, okay, well, I can take care of it later if this doesn't work out. But for the fans, they got so close in 2022. They added Trey Turner in 23. Things looked up and up and up, but then 3 years in a row, disappointment. So I think this Phillies fan base wants to see whatever it takes to get to the very next step, which is to win the World Series. Anything less feels like more of the same.
So let's look at some of the new guys here and get your thoughts on how they do fit in and how they make them different. Let's go to Garcia. Number 1, where do you see our Garcia fitting in this lineup?
I think he is your number 6 with the chance to be the number 4. And if Alec Boehm doesn't have a hot spring and Garcia has a hot spring, I think you're seeing Garcia 4 and then Boehm 6th. You really need a right-handed bat in that spot, as I just mentioned, and then probably your number 5 hitter will be left-handed. So then the other one has to be number 6, and with JT Realmuto hitting 7th. So I really need to see Garcia really step up and show that he's got something left. And his bat speed might be a tick below what it used to be. I think that's a concern for some people, but maybe he's got something left, and we just haven't really seen it the last couple of years. So to me, I think he's a wild card. He is sort of in that annual let's spend $10 million on a guy and see what he does kind of role that the Phillies have. And last year was Max Kepler. Here they're trying something else, but
Close with us, of course, every Tuesday during the season we do the mailbag. It's our Pitchers and catchers edition of the mailbag here on the Sports Bash Live. He's talking about Adolis Garcia and where he could hit in the lineup. One of the spots he mentioned is anywhere from 6 all the way up to the 4 spot in the lineup. And we'll see. They really haven't come out and said where they think that he will hit in the lineup. They didn't say, hey, we're going to hit him from day 1 in the number 4 hole. They didn't say he's going to hit 5 or 6. He has hit 4th more than any other spot in the lineup in his career. So do the Phillies just say, hey, that's where you're most comfortable. That's where we'll plug you in. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. Garcia has the biggest power potential of everybody in the lineup, but let's see. All right, Frank is back. Let's bring him back to the show here. You were just talking about Garcia, and you think it's anywhere from 6 to number 4 in the lineup, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I feel like Alec Boehm probably is the number 4 hitter as you get into this season. I feel like that's where they probably will lean at.
Let me ask you this. Garcia has hit 4th more times by far than any other spot in his career with the Rangers. Do they try him there first, see how he does, or make him work? As we know, Boehm is not a prototypical or has not had a lot of, I don't want to say success. He's just not what they need in that 4 hole. I think everybody knows that.
I think when we start to get a look at, one of the things about this spring training is there's going to be a lot of at-bats missing with the World Baseball Classic, right? So you won't really get to see what the lineup looks like until much later in this spring training because Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, they're going to be busy. They're not going to be there. So I think by the end of spring training, when everybody's finally back, I think it's going to depend on who had the better spring up until that point. And I think that Garcia and Boehm are going to write their ticket going forward based upon how they did in the early going of spring training. So I do think it's kind of an open question right now. I think they would probably lean Boehm. I think everything I'm seeing so far is that they're leaning Boehm, but I can see with a hot spring, Garcia take that number 4 spot.
Yeah, I think Garcia, it behooves him to get off to a good start. He's one of those guys that feeds off the energy of the crowd, and if he can become popular right off the bat, that will help him, something Max Kepler could not do last year. All right, another new guy. Let's get your thoughts on Brad Keller and the kind of impact and role he might have.
I love him. I think he's a back of the bullpen stud. Last year with the Cubs, he really came into his own. If you look at his numbers the second half, he was just plain dominant. And so I think the Phillies are catching him at the right time. I think that and basically the Phillies gave up on Matt Strahm kind of to allocate the money from the right side since they had a couple other lefties. So I think that was part of the equation in losing Strahm. But I think the Phillies are going to get somebody in the back of the bullpen there and an extra layer because I think, Orion Kerkering, very talented. We all saw how the season ended, and it didn't, that might be a little bit of a hangover effect in his mind. Hopefully he gets his mind worked out. But I think that Kerkering's still a very nice pitcher. But if you have another right-handed layer between him and Joan Duran, I think that's a good thing. And Keller is a very, very nice arm in that bullpen. So I think the Phillies bullpen is looking really good right now when you add in those 3 righties I just named, and then you get to the left side with Banks and Alvarado. This is a very nice bullpen right now.
I'd like to ask you about other guys that are new and their impact. There's none else other than Justin Crawford, really. I mean, he's the big, and there's a lot of unknown on what to expect from Crawford. And most likely will be playing center field. Where will he hit in the lineup?
I think he's your number 9 hitter. I think he's going to get an opportunity to get some pressure off of him and just go out there and play every day. I personally like him better in left field. I think if there was a reunion with Harrison Bader, he would have been the left fielder and Bader would have played center. But for that to work, I think the Phillies would have needed that bat, the Garcia-like bat somewhere else. And unless they trade in Alec Boehm, I don't know where they're going to put it. So I think that they're going to give him center field first. I think they also want to know if that's a position he can hold down. That's part of the story here. Can he be a good center fielder? And at the plate, he's a guy that makes a lot of contact and uses his speed. I mean, think Kenny Lofton light, the way Kenny Lofton used to just put the ball in play and then run out every ground ball. From my perspective, the fact that he hits so many ground balls, at AAA, he's going to have a lot more hits than in the major leagues. A lot of those balls that were not fielded at AAA are going to be fielded very cleanly at the major league level, and they won't be hits for him. But that said, he's still very, very fast. I think he'll take some walks or hit some singles that turn into doubles, and that'll be at the bottom of the lineup. And then when you turn the lineup over to Trey Turner and Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, I think he has a potential to score a lot of runs too. So they'll probably bat him ninth, let him try center field first and foremost, and see what that minor league success actually translates to.
One other guy, he was here last year, but he's new at the start of the year, is Otto Kemp. Let's get your thoughts on his impact on this team.
I guess he's the other end of the Brandon Marsh platoon at the moment, kind of are the favorite for it going into to spring training. His numbers so far haven't shown that he's necessarily that. He played mostly infield. He's probably going to get his time at the outfield this year unless there's an injury. I think he's got a lot to prove. I think they like what they saw out of him. I think they see some potential in him, but he's still kind of a bit of a wild card. And me personally, I really can't underscore just how good Brandon Marsh was against righties. And so most of the pitching that they'll face is going to be right-handed and not left-handed. So Marsh will get the bulk of the bats in left field there, but you'll see some opportunities for Kemp there, and he will perhaps have some competition in spring training for that platoon spot. I think that's going to be one of the questions that are kind of going through this spring training, because the Phillies added Brian De La Cruz as a minor league free agent, and he went and won an MVP in the Winter League and has shown some success in the major league. So I think there's a wild card there that De La Cruz could maybe be competing with Kemp a little bit for that platoon spot. But, the Phillies will still need a bench. They have Sosa as an extra in the infield already. And beyond that, there's still a lot of open questions, I think, as to what the bench will look like.
What do you make of the reporting today down there in Clearwater that Aidan Miller looks like he's going to get most of his time at third base, maybe a little bit of second base? And, I don't know how he fits into this team at all this year. We were debating this back in the 3 o'clock hour, which is what if he's down at AAA hitting 350 and showing power? I don't know that there's a spot for him on this team this year unless an Alec Boehm or a Bryson Stott absolutely tank the season.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, there's no clear path. I like that he's playing third base because Trey Turner has shown that he could be a really good shortstop in the major leagues. In fact, Trey Turner seemed to get better last year at the position. So, and he is an 11-year contract player. I don't think you want to disturb that type of player by putting him in shortstop and displacing Trey Turner. That could happen down the line, but I don't think that's going to happen this year. So I tend to think that if he's going to make the team, it probably would be at third base, at least initially. So I think it makes a lot of sense to try him there. In fact, when they drafted him, they said he would play third base. And the only reason why he's played a lot of shortstop was at his own request. He really wanted to show what he could do at shortstop. And Miller, to his credit, he showed the Phillies a lot more than what the scouts saw before they drafted him. So I think he's got some versatility there. I like him better on the left side. I like him probably as your third baseman in the future. It also helps that Alec Boehm is a free agent after this year. So there could be a spot in the future, but you know what? If he's fighting his way in, you figure out something, right? So, but we'll see how he is maybe in July by the trade deadline. There's no rush to bring him up. And if you are getting production, or if there's an injury, I think you just bring him up and play him. I mean, I think he could cover an injury at third, shortstop, or second, or even if you don't want to think about this, but Bryce Harper has a little injury and Boehm has to play some first base. You feel really good bringing him up and playing third. So I think he's on call for an injury at this point.
Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com's Phillies Mailbag Pitchers and Catchers Edition. Biggest questions of spring training. Why is Nick Castellanos still here? Will he report on Monday?
Well, Matt Gelb of The Athletics reporting that he was told to stay home. So he's not coming. What they're going to do with him?
So he was actually told, do not show up.
Yes, do not show up. Now, whether that means he's going to be traded or just plain released, I think that's the open question. And look, I know I know they've let this drag on a little bit, but I mean, they're paying him $20 million. See, they're under no obligation to release him for the convenience of Castellanos. And besides that, I think Castellanos' agent is calling teams, trying to pump up interest. Castellanos has been doing national interviews saying, "Oh yeah, I can play some first base, or I'll be a designated hitter." I think they're trying to sell his value right now, but it could come up to basically when the Phillies need a roster spot, maybe they cut him, and maybe he ends up in Miami, or as Jeff Mosher suggested on Twitter earlier today, maybe Blue Jays, since Anthony Santander is going to be out with an injury.
Yeah.
So, maybe the Phillies are just waiting to see something like that happen. Maybe the Blue Jays will make a trade and the Phillies can recoup some money. I mean, I think they just want to recoup some of it because right now.
Well, quite frankly, Frank, they've handled this pretty terribly if they wanted to recoup anything. They basically said they didn't want him back. They signed his replacement and admitted that they were going to release him. So how did they think they were going to make any? I mean, listen, I don't think he had any trade value. They weren't going to get anything of substance anyway. But they certainly didn't make it like an attractive situation to say, hey, we're interested in Nick Castellanos. We'll give you a single A pitcher and, we'll take on $8 million. I mean, they basically told the world, we are getting rid of this guy.
Well, you know what? I think they're at the point now where the luxury tax looms large at 110% penalty on every dollar that they spend. So even if they can recoup $1 million, that's recouping over $2 million. So I think they're just trying to wait and see. Right now at the end of spring training, you see all the like Colorado Rockies signed 2 pitchers today, including Jose Quintana, and a lot of the Pirates, they just signed Marcell Ozuna. So you're seeing a lot of the teams that missed out on some of the other players now.
Marcell Ozuna, by the way, this is what I kept saying this whole offseason. The Pirates, the Rockies, that type of team would take on a Nick Castellanos once he gets released, because then they can sign him, tell their fans that, hey, we got a guy. They hope that he performs in the first half, and then they trade him for, some sort of young pitcher or young arm or young something or another. Castellanos goes to Pittsburgh or Colorado, hits 15 home runs the first half of the season. Somebody calls up at the deadline and says, hey, we need a right-handed bat. That's where I've seen Castellanos going this whole time. The Phillies, though, had just basically said, we're going to cut him, so hold off, wait for us.
Well, honestly, Mike, I don't think that the other teams necessarily care that much for Castellanos. I mean, I think that they recognize that his defense has been very poor the last few years, and he's been very average at the plate too. So I don't know that I would say Marcell Ozuna has more upside for the Pirates and might be a better trade candidate than Nick Castellanos. So
I agree.
So I think the Phillies are just waiting out for all those teams to collect inventory, and then at the end, if somebody needs something, then the Phillies say, hey, we have a guy, but this could very well work out that they end up just releasing him after all that.
All right, Frank, let's go to another big question, because I think this is a big question. Do the Phillies have enough starting pitching? I mean, Wheeler's down there. We know he's not going to start the season. I only count Sanchez, Luzardo, Nola, Walker, Painter. I don't even know who would be in competition with those guys.
Yeah, number 6 right now is probably Alan Ronhell, and I don't know that inspires a lot of confidence. And, the other thing, too, is Taijuan Walker did a really good job last year as kind of that swing guy, jumping in the rotation when they needed him, back to the bullpen, back to the rotation. They don't have a guy that can do that right now. So, you're really thin right now in the starting pitching area on this roster, and that would make me a little bit nervous. Now, I know they know they're going to get Zack Wheeler back, but Mike, I think last year at this time, I said to you, I'm like, man, with this starting rotation, they're going to win 90 games by accident, right? That now there's concern because they are indeed very, very thin. Now, are they still looking? I don't know. There's still some good names out there. I would love to see them pick up Zach Gallen from South Jersey and Bishop Eustace High School. He's still around. One name to look at, Zach Littell, who did a really nice job last year for the Rays and then traded to the Cincinnati Reds. He remains a free agent. And there are other names out there. If you remember Patrick Corbin.
Let me ask you a question real quick, because you're going Zach Gallen. That's like a Cy Young level pitcher, right below that anyway. But so you're saying go get a guy that isn't there as a placeholder. Go get a guy that, is legitimately going to be in the rotation.
Hey, if there's an opportunity, at least look into it. I mean,
Because I asked that question. Okay, I think obviously Sanchez is your opening day starter. Luzardo's your number 2.
I would say so.
All right, then probably Nola, right?
Correct.
Then you got Walker and Painter, however you want to position them. Because I do agree that when Wheeler comes back, I guess it would be Walker goes back into this wonky situation he was in a year ago, right?
Well, maybe Painter. I mean, Painter hasn't proven that he deserves to be in the major leagues yet. I mean, last year they kind of told the story that, oh yeah, by July he probably will be ready to go up to the big leagues, but he didn't pitch well enough to go to the big leagues. And while his stuff was there, his command was all over the place. And I think right now, when you think about Painter, if his command is not there, then do you really want him just throwing fastballs all over creation? I don't know that's something that's a good thing for this Phillies roster. So I don't think I would love to see a situation where he fights his way onto the roster, where you have a Walker that can jump in when necessary. Because and let's face it too, Aaron Nola is a question mark to a certain extent, right? Because we saw how last year went with Nola, and then ultimately the injury, and even in the playoffs last year when he made that start, you didn't know what you were going to get out of him. So I think that they really need some depth. And in terms of whether it's a Zach Gallen or it's a Patrick Corbin type that's just inventory, if there's an opportunity for a Gallen, I'd say grab it. I mean, I don't know what exactly he's looking for right now. There's supposedly a few other teams kind of interested: the Cubs, the Diamondbacks. I think I saw the Padres, Orioles. But if the deal is good, then jump on it. That would be my take.
I would only ask this question about Painter, as I can't imagine they want to do with Painter what they've been doing with Taijuan Walker, though.
No, they would not. I mean, it would either be that Painter is pitching in the AAA rotation or he's pitching in the Major League rotation. There's no in between.
The other thing would be the last thing I guess we take a look at here is this team won 96 games last year. Rob Thompson said, I like this team better. I know people are kind of like it's the same team, but one big difference, Frank, and I want to see what you think the impact of that is. You do have Duran and Keller the whole year and Alvarado. You had Romano closing games out for really more than half the year last year, and, Strom and Alvarado. You won 96 games with basically no real closer for more than half the year. That right there might be enough for them to win 100 games.
Yeah, you know what? I asked this question earlier. My answer kind of was I kind of agree with him, but I not that it's an emphatic better than last year. And again, that depends on how you want to define better than last year. Is it the number of wins they have, or is it the quality of roster construction? And to me, the bullpen was the big difference maker because, yeah, Jordan Romano starting the season last year as a closer, and then the ultimate suspension of Alvarado, like they're. And I think I even said to you, Mike, last year, like, yeah, there's going to be some games the Phillies are going to lose the next few months until they get a closer that you're just going to have to suck up and lose them because they don't have the bodies. So the bullpen went from a real liability at times last year to a really big strength. I mean, just again, you have 5 really solid relievers at the back end of that bullpen. That really does inspire confidence. So you should win the games that you're supposed to win. To me, yeah, you're down to Suarez. The questions about the rotation we just have, I think that's the one lingering thing. But I mean, I don't think that the offense is going to necessarily regress here. There's nothing that leads me to think that. So to me, it's
well, even
really
if the
about
offense is the same, even if the offense is the same in the regular season, you still and the rotation is similar, and the bullpen's better. You might be a little bit better win-wise. I don't know what that means playoff time, but I think the Phillies are saying the chance of your offense, that's just a chance. That you might be good, you might be bad. These guys are proven guys during the regular season. We need them to do what they do in the regular season come playoff time. But they essentially are saying our bullpen was not good enough last year, and we upgraded that, and we think that makes us better.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Now, if you're talking win totals, like, look, I think the Mets are better than last year by far. That was a team that really couldn't afford to run it back, and they kind of blew it up. The Braves, I think, are going to be better than last year because, of course, last year they began with some really tough injuries and never really got their footing. So I mean, I think you could call them a better team than last year, and they win 3 fewer games, which I know that sounds really weird to say, but I think if you're just matching it up bit for bit, I think this could be a tick better, but I really want to see that rotation get another piece to make me feel a little bit better about that.
All right, Frank's Phillies mailbag is back for the 11th season. And Frank, tell the listeners you had your first episode of your new podcast, which is out, and that will be a prominent part of the show as well this year. So we'll get the mailbag and now the new Run It Back pod, which is a fun name for this baseball season. Tell the listeners about that.
Yeah, so started with Tyler Zulli, began today, episode 1 for our Pitchers and Catchers edition. So we'll have Run It Back coming on each week. And, are the Phillies running it back? That's sort of our theme, but we'll see how this 2026 season goes. And I know Tyler's really excited to be talking Phillies baseball still, and he's a pleasure to work with, and I really look forward to doing this throughout the season.
So those of you who aren't familiar with Tyler, he had just recently been working with PHLY. He did their Philly show over there. He did a lot of other things for them, but really did a lot of Philly stuff there. And the new podcast, it's called Run It Back. It'll be Frank and Tyler, so they'll have that podcast, and we'll be talking with both of those guys here, plus Jeff. So we have the Phillies covered from every single potential angle you can imagine. And Frank, you will be at Phillies spring training when?
3 weeks from today, I should be able to pop on and talk to you. I'm going to see Phillies versus Team Canada, and then Phillies versus the Red Sox on the 4th and 5th. And so that can't happen soon enough.
All right, man. We look forward to that. Jeff Kerr will also be at spring training. So we'll have reports from Frank and Jeff. And, of course, check out the Run It Back podcast on all podcasting platforms. Make sure you check that out. And, of course, the Phillies mailbag back for season 11 on the Sports Bash. All right, man. It's good to talk baseball with you.
Same with you, Mike. Thank you.
See you, bud. There's Frank Close, everybody. The Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. We continue on when we come back. What did Danny Green have to say about the Sixers as they get ready to play the Knicks tonight? 2 hours till tip-off. You can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. 5:33. We'll check in on the White Horse RV text board a couple more times throughout the hour. You got time to text in 609-403-0973. Real quick, Glenn Apsekin corrects me. Matt Nagy is the new offensive coordinator for the Giants. I said Mike Kafka. Sorry.
Kafka was there previously.
Kafka was the interim coach. He was the coordinator, and then he's out.
On a previous edition of the New York Giants coaching staff.
Yes. Well, that came up earlier when we were talking about Greg Roman.
Right.
He's now with the Giants.
G-Man.
Josh in Delaware says the Phillies are hitting Sixers territory. What can you do in the playoffs? Fair.
I think it's more than fair. I mean, I've been saying it for 2 years now. As soon as they enter Sixers territory, people are going to get meh. And guess what they are? Meh.
Well, that's what our poll question. We'll update the poll question one more time at the end of the show. Check it out. At Mike Gill Show, you can vote and let us know. All right. Let's check in. The Sixers play tonight at 7:30 against the Knicks on 97.3 ESPN. Before we get to some of the things about that particular game and this particular team, Josh, you got something going on this weekend.
Yeah, I'll be out for the third straight year at the Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism. I'll be out there for Hanging with Hennig 12 to 3 p.m., but Mike Seafood Run Walk for Autism is all day. Check-ins are from 9 to 11 a.m. They will have door prizes for great giveaways, such as tickets to Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and Flyers games. And don't forget, you can still go to polarbearrunwalkforautism.com to register for the run or the walk. It's going to be great weather this Saturday. It's probably going to be one of the nicest days of the year.
Fully. And I won't be here for that. But
you won't be here, but
it was actually nice. Today felt like it was 80.
Yeah, I was driving with the window up. It was so much warmer. And guess what? It'll be warm this Saturday as well. So, and I actually double-checked, Mike. Last year was colder when we were out there than this year. We had a record turnout last year. So come on down the Sea Isle. Hang out with Hennig on 97.3 ESPN. Support the Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism. And have a day where you raise money for a great cause, because any day you can do something for children with disabilities, it is a good day.
Cool. That's always a great event. We're always glad to be a part of it. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, James Vanderbeek just passed away.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not that old.
No, he had cancer. I mean, he had been battling for a while,
That's
but
a
he's
shame.
like in his 40s. I want to say his late 40s.
Well, that's what happened to the lead singer of Three Doors Down. He passed away from cancer as well.
I saw that as well. Sad news there. James Vanderbeek was the quarterback.
Yep.
In what was that? Varsity Blues.
Varsity Blues.
By the way, Kevin Bettullo has a new job. He is now the pass game coordinator for the Miami Dolphins. I was going to say Mike McDaniel's Miami Dolphins, but Jeff Hafley's Miami Dolphins.
So who is more happy that Bettullo is gone? Is it Eagle fans or Bettullo's wife?
Well, he's from Florida. He's from that area.
Right.
So I guess they're all excited that they're getting the heck out, especially with the winter we've been having the last 2 weeks. Now, I always say, all right, so my buddy Todd Rank, who used to host the show with me.
Todd.
He is from Delaware, okay? He is originally from Delaware. We met at West Virginia. Not exactly warm climates.
No.
Now, he had bounced around from college to college to college. He went to UNC Charlotte. He went to Central Florida. Then he came to West Virginia. He left West Virginia and ended up going to like somewhere out in California, like Cal Santa Barbara or something to that effect. Then he came back to West Virginia. And after we graduated, he ends up in L.A. because he does not like the cold weather. Well, then when we had the opportunity to have a co-host, I presented that to him and said, hey, listen, would you like, because we did radio together, I said, would you like to pair back up and do the show? He said, you know what, sure, that would be cool. After about 2 years of the weather here, he decided I can no longer take the weather. I am getting the heck out of here. Now, since that time, that was 2014.
Okay.
I feel that the winters have been much more mild, and the fall weather has gone much deeper into the year. Like back in the day, back in my day, I can remember getting ready for the Thanksgiving high school football game and it was like as cold as it has been the last couple days here. It's not like that anymore. Like the last week or two have been really cold, but it's only like a week or two. That's how the winter used to be for like 3 months. It's not like that anymore. Like today is fine. Today is nice.
Yes.
It's like in the 40s today.
Yes.
So
I was excited.
this whole idea, like, we got this awful winter. We had one day where it snowed, and then it was really cold, but that was like 4 days.
Nah, it was more than 4 days. But I get your point. It wasn't a continuous.
It's not like a month.
bombardment.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, I was gone for a couple days, so maybe I missed a handful of days. So
Yeah.
maybe the 4 days to me was like 7 days.
But like to your point about like it wasn't 3 months of it. That's
No, like,
the
For
that's
the
key.
people, like, I'm 49. If you remember playing high school football on Thanksgiving Day, which they don't even do anymore, but that day was freezing. It was ridiculously cold. And all the practices in November leading up to that game were ridiculously cold.
Right,
Now,
they were bone chilling.
it's like 50 degrees out in November.
Right.
You know, half the time on Christmas Day, it's like in the 40s.
Well, if you believe the weather people, which, coin flip if they're ever right.
I don't not believe them. I just find that
Well, I'm just saying
the
that-
equipment that you
Yeah.
use to try to read weather is probably has a tough time being accurate.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation that we don't have time to get into because apparently certain people, weather people, use bad technology. Other ones use better technology like most people do. So,
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them for it. That's all they have. You can only go with what you got.
right.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
Kevin Patullo, by the way, he's going to the Dolphins.
Kevin
he will be
Patullo
there.
is saying, I'm out of here, Philly.
Right. You were saying who's happier. He no longer has to be in the winters here, and he's going down. Now it's hot as heck down there in the summer.
It is. But he's also from Florida. So maybe
He's from Davie, Florida.
So maybe he's one of those people who's like, he would just prefer it anyway.
He is the new pass game coordinator for the Miami.
Maybe that was a
Dolphins.
problem with the Eagles. His brain was frozen during some of those games.
Well, he's been here for a while. He's been here his whole time.
He's been here 5 years.
Yep. I love this one, though. We just talked about it with Frank if you're just tuning in. According to Matt Gelb, the Phillies have asked Nick Castellanos, please do not report to camp. How do you take that if you get that?
How do I take it? How Castellanos take it?
Like if you were a guy and they said, hey, sir,
Castellanos
you're signed
is
for $20 million,
straightforward.
don't bother showing up.
I think Castellanos would just, be like, whatever, and just stay home.
Probably. I mean, I've never had that situation happen to me.
You've never been paid to stay away?
No, I've never been the guy who's been
Hated so much.
fired or let go and then paid to do so. Quite frankly, I'm not even sure that I've ever been fired before. I'm trying to think back. Have I ever actually been fired? I don't think so.
Listen, all I know is that neither you or I have ever been paid to go away. So
No, but if they said, listen, we're getting rid of the afternoon show, we're going to give you money to not work anymore.
Right. It's a pretty good
That's
deal.
never happened to me.
But if it did happen to you,
Yeah,
you'd
especially
be
when I was
like,
making 20 mil.
you'd be like, sure.
100%. I need that to happen to me one time in my life.
Just
You
to
are getting
experience it.
paid to just not work.
You just want to have the experience.
You know, like I said, people said, what'd you do in San Francisco? Nothing. I didn't do anything. I didn't see the Golden Gate Bridge. I didn't see Lombard Street. I didn't see Alcatraz. So, Josh, you don't have to feel like you're missing out. I'm not seeing anything there. You know why? Because I'm working. I'm there working the whole day from the time I wake up till the time we decide to break down and go back to the hotel. That's it. This isn't like, hey, we're having a grand old time here.
Listen, I wouldn't expect you to be having a grand old time because I just know what's going on. So, but hey, it's one of those things where I think people have misconceptions about the work that we do. That seems to be a constant in my profession.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you're there and you're seeing, I'm sitting next to Barry Sanders is pretty cool. Emmitt Smith, Jerry Rice hanging out right in front of me. That's cool. But for the most part, you are there and we're there to put on a show for the listeners of here. And to do that, that means I can't have the time that I would like to have had out in San Francisco. I didn't see one brewery out there. Can you believe that?
I mean, that's a little surprising.
I looked. I was Googling, and it's like, oh my gosh, you're just like, I don't have time. Like you're beat.
I mean, you did go to a Sixers game.
We did go to the Sixers game. That was our entertainment.
And you went to, what was it, the Rich Eisen thing?
Yeah, that was it was like an hour.
But still something.
Yeah, it was something. We walked there. It was right up the street from our hotel. Like, if it was like something we would have to have, like, trained to or whatever to, we probably wouldn't have gone.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So what did Danny Green say?
So Danny Green was on NBA Today, and they were talking about tonight's Sixers-Knicks game. It's one of the highlight games, but it would be on ESPN television, for those who are wondering. And they were asking Danny Green about, hey, Danny, you played with the Sixers. What is your perspective on this Sixers team? Here's what Green had to say.
Joel, and that's the reason why they're winning. He had a stretch where it was 8 or 9 games, averaging 33 points per game at 52% from the field, 52% from three. Like, he was knocking down threes. And the most surprising thing is the minutes, 30, 35-plus minutes a game, getting active, getting to the free throw line, looking like the old Joel that we've seen.
Yeah, he really is.
Year. So along with him playing like that and then Tyrese Maxey doing what he's doing, this duo is something to be reckoned with in the East.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this version of Joel Embiid offensively and say, if he can keep being this guy, yes, but he's got to get back to another level defensively too. We can't forget that. He has come back offensively, but he's not where he needs to be defensively.
No.
That's a big part of this.
But I thought it was interesting. He says that a big part for the Sixers' success has been Joel and his offense and his minutes. And that's a guy who played with Joel, so he's seen Joel before. This isn't the first time. Like, he just found Joel Embiid this year. He's like, listen, this version of Joel Embiid, him and Maxey together, that's dangerous, he says.
They get that two-man going, and both of them are cooking at the same level on the same time. Who do you stop?
Which is when Tim McMahon jumped in on NBA Today and talked about that he thinks that Tyrese Maxey is now in the conversation for one of the best point guards in the Eastern Conference.
Jalen Brunson has been in the conversation for the best point guard in the Eastern Conference. Tyrese Maxey has put himself in that conversation this year, and the Sixers have become his team, not Joel Embiid.
It was looking that way, but as we see as normal, when Joel doesn't play, it falls apart. We're going back to that again, where Joel doesn't play. Is Tyrese able to kind of, that's a game in Portland the other night where it's kind of disappointing you don't win that game, right? I mean, it's not like Portland is this great team that you're like, wow. I mean, Portland right now is under 500, and Joel doesn't play, and you get waxed.
But to McMahon's point, how many players who are point guards in the East would you take over Tyrese Maxey?
I'm not suggesting, I'm just saying, he's saying it's more Maxey's team than Embiid's team, and that might seemingly have been the case early, but you're starting to see Embiid start to carry the team offensively again. And one of the things, MKB and I have been talking about this on the Trust the Mics podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Make sure you check it out. We have a new episode that dropped on Tuesday. Is the one thing that Maxey's still struggling with is these late game situations, and seems to take some bad shots at times, and just you want to see him a little bit more under control in those late game situations.
Which brings us to the Eastern Conference as a whole, Mike. Shige Gumake basically went on to say that there's really nobody afraid of some of these teams in the Eastern Conference right now, to which Danny Green had a little bit of a response about the Sixers.
Maybe you don't fear the New York Knicks, but you do fear Jalen Brunson, especially late in games. Maybe you don't fear Cade Cunningham or Jalen Duren, but you do fear the Detroit Pistons and how they're playing a brand of basketball. And I think the difference there is a player versus identity. We know the identity of the Detroit Pistons. Do we know the identity of the New York Knicks? Because if they had that plus their players, they would create a fearsome
I think you do fear Philadelphia 76ers playing them in the first round. So those teams that are not getting right, New York does not want to play Philly in the first round.
Maybe New York doesn't. I think the Sixers match up with the Knicks better than they do, say, Cleveland.
Definitely.
Detroit. The Knicks, the one thing that they do well and better than the other teams that we just mentioned there is they do shoot the three better than Detroit does. Detroit is not a great three-point shooting team. The other avenue would be in the rebounding. New York, very good rebounding team. Philadelphia, not a great rebounding
By the way,
team.
really quick news. Joel Embiid out for tonight's game against the Knicks. Right knee injury management. Embiid reported some soreness in his knee after the Suns win on Saturday. The soreness has decreased, but he will not play out of precaution.
Deflating.
And he will continue treatment through the break. That just dropped.
Deflating news. All right, that's tonight on 97.3 ESPN. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. All right, that's going to do it for me. The Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Coming up tonight, no Embiid for the Sixers tonight. You know, it's funny because people wanted Embiid gone, retired. Now you hear he's not playing, and then you're frustrated. Funny how that works. All right, this is it for me for a little while. I am taking off the rest of the month here to kind of recharge the battery. I will be gone until March the 2nd is when I will be back on the air. Josh and Nick and the team will have you. Through then, they'll be covering all the Phillies at pitchers and catchers, and the All-Star break is coming up in the Flyers. You got NFL free agency lining up as well. So everybody, enjoy the next couple of weeks. You don't have to listen to me. There you go. There's my present to you. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I'll be back on March the 2nd right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Take care, everyone.